Radio check. Alright, looks like we're 5 by 5. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Today is August 2nd. August is the last full month of summer, so I figured we would honor that by having a sunny August. A lot of these streams this month is probably going to be based around Sun Country operations. We're going to be looking for real life flights. And I'm operating this airline a lot outside of GA Madness, of course. And then if I get sick of it, of course, I'll want to fly the 737 MAX or something like that. But for right now, it's a very sunny August indeed. And today, we're running Sun Country Airlines from Minneapolis to Dallas-Fort Worth, which is a real-life flight. And hopefully, I'm planning on making the return trip, but the only thing inhibiting me right now is the fall allergies are seemingly making a early return. So excuse me if I have to constantly run away to blow my nose or something like that. But trying something new, and this is going to be a lot of fun. So let's go ahead and get in the cabin and get this aircraft ready to go. Now, this is my first stream since I made changes to camera angles and things like that. So we're going to get some pretty cool views of the aircraft while we're in flight and while we're cruising along. So stay tuned and enjoy. So right now, first thing we're going to do is power the aircraft, and we're going to verify that the gear lever is down, the speed brakes are up, the flaps are up, thrust reversers are stowed, and the thrust levers are in the idle position. And we'll set the parking brake this time, so I stop forgetting to do that. And then we can, oh jeez, those allergies, man. Okay. Come up to the top here, we'll provide battery power to the aircraft, we'll get the emergency lights armed, and left forward fuel pump is coming on. And let's go ahead, turn this knob to APU Gen, and get the APU started. And let's get some of those sounds in there, shall we? Boris Audio works at its finest. Such an amazing sound, truly. I'm so glad I got a hold of this sound pack. Nothing will ever beat it. Okay, we'll wait for the APU generator to become available, and then we can start our flows. Right on. So the first thing we're going to do is come up top here. We're going to turn on the dome light just in case it starts getting too dark for us to see. We're going to turn our IRS knobs to nav mode, and we are going to check the status and how long we're looking for those to align. And we're looking at about 8 minutes for the IRSs to align, which is not bad at all. Alright. First thing I want to do is... I already forgot. I was going to do something. Totally slipped my mind. Okay, let's get some panel lights on so we can see. Then we'll come down here, turn all of these panel lights on. Both the left side and the right side. And lastly, the panel lights on the lower pedestal. 10 hours later, right on. Alright. So now that we got that going, we'll turn the cam on, like so, and we are going to set the weight in the aircraft because I did forget to do that before I started the stream. So today we're looking for a block fuel of 18,987, 18,987, yes, confirmed. So that's our block fuel for the day, and return, we're going to payload. Today we have 131 passengers, so minus 12, we're looking at 119. And Sun Country doesn't have a first class configuration for this plane, but I actually don't know how to change it. Probably should look that up, but for now we're just gonna roll with what we have. Okay, so we're looking for 119. And Sun Country doesn't have a first class configuration for this plane, but I actually don't know how to change it. Probably should look that up, but for now we're just gonna roll with what we have. Okay, so we're looking for 119. And Sun Country doesn't have a first class configuration for this plane, but I actually don't know how to change it. Probably should look that up, but for now we're just gonna roll with what we have. Okay, so we're looking for So we have 6550 for total cargo. So to split it in the way we want to, we're going to put 2550 up front, and we're going to put the remaining 4,000, not 40,000, 4,000 aft cargo, and verify our CG is still within limits, which is 25.2. Love to see it. That's good to go. Cool. All right. Oh, you know what? I got my FMC rolling. Why am I even using this thing, to be honest with you? Okay. All right, so let's go up top and start our flows. So first things first, we're going to check our flight controls are all in the on position and they're guarded, which they are. Alternate flaps is off and guarded, which is good. Turn the yaw damper on to make sure the light extinguishes, which it does. Navigation switches are all in the normal position, which we love to see. And then source displays are auto, control panels normal, excellent. All of these valves are closed because we're not, the pumps aren't on or anything like that. The left forward pump is on for the APU for fuel, so that's good. We have a positive charge coming from the APU at 30 amps, that's good to see. The AC, cabin utility is on, the IFE and passenger seats are on, cool, love to see it. Standby power is in the auto and guarded position. The power disconnects are both in the off and guarded position, excellent. APU generator is on, EGT for the APU is looking very normal, which is good. Circuit breakers, we don't really need lights on those right now, we're fine, it's daytime. The panel lights are on. Equipment cooling is in the normal position, love to see it. And emergency lights are armed, the light is extinguished, if I could speak. Fasten seatbelt signs will come on as the passengers are boarding. Test the flight attendant call button. And we do get audio there. And then I'll make sure. And we do have audio there. It's extremely quiet, but that's fine. Window heats are all coming on. Probe heats can stay in the auto position. Anti-ice we don't need right now. Hydraulic pumps can stay off for now. Forward entry door is open because passengers are loading. We'll test the cockpit voice recorder. Hold it for 5 seconds. Get a green light. That looks good. Pressurization panels are indicating 0. We're on the ground. That's A-OK. Voice recorder is auto. We're in continuous cab mode, which is fine. Trim air is on. All of the cabs are in the auto position as far as temperature control. That's fine. We'll get the packs on. APU bleed, and we'll get some cool air blown to the back of the plane so passengers can be comfortable. Okay. We'll turn the engine bleeds off to make sure we get rid of the dual bleed indication. That's fine with me. Today we are cruising at flight level 360, so we'll set the pressurization panel to 36,000 like so. Our landing altitude at Dallas Fort Worth today is 606 feet above sea level, so we'll set this to 600. Like so. The logo light can come on, the nav lights are on, indicating to the ground crew we are powered up. Come up top here, we'll test the flap lights. Sweet, they all work. 4 minutes for the IRSs to align, good. They are aligning currently and both switches are in nav mode, that's good. We'll keep the dome light on just so we can see. That's fine. The backup radios are all good up here. The engine reversers lights are extinguished. The EECs are both in the on and guarded position. Engine control lights are extinguished, good. Crew oxygen is above 15. Passenger oxygen is normal, guarded, and the light is extinguished. Go ahead and test the flight recorder is in normal and guarded position, and we'll test the Mach airspeed. Stall warning. And those all work. Surprised stall warning 2 works so fast. It usually takes a while for that to go. Alright, cool. So we'll pull up the weather at Minneapolis. There is no ATC online currently in this area. Oh, actually, scratch that. Just signed on 9 minutes ago, so we'll take a peek at ATIS here. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I never connected to vPilot. Huh. Oops. I knew I was forgetting something, so let's do that real quick so we're ready to go. Get our call sign in there. Alright. We are signed in. Excellent. Alright, so let's grab ATIS real quick. So today is very smoky in Minneapolis. We got 6 miles of visibility. We got smoke. Winds are 140 at 8, so we'll expect runways We'll expect 1-2 right, since we are departing to the south. Few clouds at 6,000, broken 25,000, temperature 24, dew point 13, so wide dew point spread, and altimeter is 3024. So let's go ahead and set the altimeter to 3024. Like so. We're in inches of mercury, that's good. We'll go ahead and set the airspeed panel to 160. And since we're expecting the 1-2s, we'll go ahead and tune to runway heading, which off of the top of my head I remember is 121. Altitude today, so since ATC is online, we are going to expect a clearance that tops out. So let's go to the IFB here. Our departure for the day, we'll request the data from SimBrief. Cool. MSP, DFW, good. We'll go to the chart, we'll look at our departure from MSP. We're doing the Orsky 3 today. Nope, that's an arrival. Oops. Orsky 3, there we go. And the altitude is assigned by ATC, so what we'll do is we'll grab our clearance when we're ready, and then we will set the altitude bug from there. Alright, cool. Flight directors can't stay off for now. We will do that after startup. DUs are on the normal position on both sides. We'll test the autopilot warning lights on both sides. Looks good. Looks good. Lights test. Everything lights up like a Christmas tree. Love to see it. Our standby instruments are all good. N1 set auto, speed ref auto looks good there. Fuel flow is going in the right position, which it already is. Excellent. And auto brake can stay off for now. Flaps are up. We have 3 greens, gears down. We'll check the brake pressure once we get the hydraulic pumps going. Good, good, and good. Now we'll come down to the throttle quadrant and test the fire fault in op, APU detection in op, all that stuff. That looks good. That lights up. Looking for the bells and the lights, which we have for overheat and fire. And then extinguisher lights are lighting up green on both sides. Love to see it. Alright, our radio we'll just keep where it is for now. When we're ready to contact, in this case just center for our clearance, we'll contact them. So that looks good. Test the cargo fire detection. Good, we have lights and bells. Weather radar looks fine for now. We'll grab a squawk code from ATC and we'll go ahead and put ourselves in the TARA position on the ground since we are on VATSIM. Normally in real life you would put that on standby, but for the purpose of VATSIM, TARA. Rudder trim is neutral. Aileron trim switches are neutral. The rudder trim is neutral. That looks good. Everything on the right side on the audio panels looks good. Stab trim, normal and guarded. The flight deck door seems to be a op on this plane, which is fine. Let's go ahead and we'll just pretend like we checked the emergency extend and that they're stowed and locked. I don't feel like trying to squeeze the view to make that work properly. So first thing, enter IRS position. Yep, we're working on that right now. So we'll go down to the FMC. Position in it. Our reference airport is Minneapolis, Kilo, Mike, Sierra, Papa. We'll throw that in there, and then we'll go to next page. We'll copy GPS left, then go to previous page, and we will set our IRS position. And look at that, we have our IRSs aligned. All right, so we'll start our route by originating out of KMSP, and we're going to Dallas-Fort Worth. So Kilo, Delta, Foxtrot, Whiskey. We'll throw that in our destination. Our flight number for the day is Sun Country, Sierra, Charlie X-Ray, 501. Alright, good. And then before we put in anything else, we'll go ahead and grab our clearance from ATC and go from there. Alright. So center is on what frequency? 133.4. Alright, let's go ahead and tune them in. .4, and we're on center. Cool. And then we'll get 1228 on standby because it looks like Kansas City Center is not online, at least not yet. So just in case, when we clear Minneapolis, we'll have en route Unicom on standby. All right, good. 1228, cool. I'll grab my scratch pad real quick and my stylus, and we will pick up a clearance. Scratch pad is loaded to go. All right. Minneapolis Center, good evening. Sun Country 501, Terminal 2, requesting IFR to Dallas Fort Worth.
Sun Country calling for clearance, Minneapolis Center. I'm going to get you a PDC. I'm trying to get a hold of Salt Lake for a second.
All right, roger that. We'll expect a PDC, Sun Country 501. All right, so we're expecting a PDC, pre-departure clearance. So we'll just wait for that to come along, and while we're waiting, let's go ahead and do some of our performance data, shall we? Actually, that wouldn't make any sense because it seems like it'll only pop up if we select a runway to take off from. So actually, while we're doing that, we could go to our EFB and we could put in our runway information into the performance calculator, and we're expecting 12 right, which I have a pretty high confidence that that's what we're getting. We'll import the information from the aircraft and import the weather, which does look accurate to the day, to the time, and calculate. Alright, we are doing a D-rated takeoff. We're looking at a flaps 5 departure and a select temp of 39 degrees. Alright. And now I'm just waiting for my clearance to come in so I can put all of my info into the FMC. And while we're waiting for that, I'll show you through some of the views that I managed to create for this particular stream. So I have a nice exit view, so once we close the door, we'll get to see that. And then the rest of them are just passenger views from window seats and all that stuff. So if you look back here, look at that. It's just like we're on the aircraft. Alright. I also have another one in just about the same spot on the left side. Look at that. Isn't that just gorgeous? Oh, there's our PDC. That's a good view right there of the right wing a little bit closer. I like that view as well. That's another view that I selected pretty much from the emergency exit seats, I believe. I think that's a pretty good view to look at as well. And lastly, of course, looking back at the engines. Might have to fix this view a little bit, but at least we get a decently solid engine view for the flight. So there you have it. We're back in the cockpit, and we do have a PDC. So let's see. We are cleared to Dallas Fort Worth via Orsky 3. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that transition.
90 Victor, contact
over
127.
Altitude 360. Remarks, cleared Orsky 3 departure. Climb via the SID except maintain 7,000. So we were given a top altitude of 7,000. So let's put that in the altitude bug. Okay. And then expect 36010 minutes after. Departure frequency is the frequency we're on. Oh, you know what? We're doing runway 17 today. Alright. I love it. I don't think I have been given runway 17 on VATSIM yet. So this is actually really cool. Alright, so same thing pretty much. D-rated takeoff, TO1, flaps 5, and select temp is 39. So not much difference there. Runway required. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and put that info in now that we have our PDC. So we're going to select the Orsky 3 departure. We're taking off runway 17, and this is the only transition, so that's what we're going to do. And then we'll go to route. We'll activate that, and we'll execute it. And then before we do our performance, let's just put in the rest of our route. So we are cleared direct to the OVR wait, so Oscar Victor Romeo, VOR, and oh, that's going to be Omaha. Okay. I believe it's the top one. It's the one that makes the most sense. Okay. Hopefully that shows up okay. We'll check our flight plan to make sure that that's accurate. So we're going from there onto the J21 airway. And we're going to the
Citation
India Charlie Tango
Oscar.
intersection.
Denver put you on a speed of Mach 0.85. We got plenty of separation with the one behind you. If you would like to go slower, then
I thought that might have been me for some reason.
So
So India Charlie Tango. India Charlie Tango. Putting that on the right side. And then from there, we're back on J21. So that's interesting. J21 again. Invalid entry, of course. That's kind of what I was thinking. So it's not going to let us do that. So we're just doing J21 to India Romeo Whiskey. So we'll put that on the right side over here. There we go. And then from India Romeo Whiskey, we're direct to iBake, India Bravo Alpha Kilo Echo. And that is actually the beginning to our arrival. And right now,
to Oscar Zulu.
Fort Worth Center is online, so we're not going to select a runway quite yet, but we're going to go with the arrival that we're assigned, which is the Jovum 6. Wherever that is. Jovum 6. And iBake. Alright. So we're going to execute that, and we'll place in a runway once we get, obviously, into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And go to our legs page, verify there's no discontinuities.
Neither one of them answered, so I guess they're happy.
Which there are. Well, actually, it just didn't even put in my arrival, so let's try that again. Jovum 6, iBake. Okay, go to routes, legs. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of lost right now. What's going on? Direct iBake. Okay, let's take a look at this arrival procedure and see why my FMC would just not populate the arrival. So arrival's here. Okay. Jovum 6. And
you
yeah.
know if VATSIM still wants people to use 22.8 for like en route communication stuff.
And I'm just trying to figure out if there's a certain runway we're going to in this case. Oh, you know what? It says the runways. So runway is 13 left, 31 left, right? Okay. Let's take a look at the Fort Worth airport
That's what
here.
I thought. I just wanted to double check because I saw that they were switching to CTAF for when you're actually landing.
Oh, okay, so
right, it would be the
interesting.
CTAF when you're landing.
So I'm going to take a guess and say that they're going to give us 3.5 left. And let's put in 3.5 left into our FMC, and we'll see if that helps us populate the arrival. iBake, and we're doing 3.5 left. We're not looking for an RNAV. ILS 3.5 left. Okay. Now we execute. Go to our legs page. And now we should have info after iBake, which we do. There we go. And there are 0 discontinuities. Alright, so looks like you have to select a runway for the arrival to populate, and then if we have to change the runway, we will. So let's go to Performance Init, and we will read our OFP here, and we will put in our info. Okay. Cool. So 0 fuel weight, we're looking at 124.6. For zero fuel weight, 143.6 matches the gross weight pretty well. Reserves today are going to be 5.7. 5.7 cost index. They want us to use 27 for today. That seems relatively standard. We're going up to flight level 360 for cruise altitude. We'll use the top of climb winds for a cruise wind, so we're 250 at 1.5. That's pretty light. That's not too bad. Okay, we'll fix our descent if we have to at that point. There's a speed restriction, but the cost index probably has us slower, so we'll check our VNAV and then fix that as necessary. So let's execute this profile. Okay, going to N1 limit. We are doing a D-rated takeoff of takeoff 1, and our select temp today is 39. We'll put that there. Good. And then takeoff information, we're doing a flaps 5 takeoff. CG will auto-populate. And we're looking for a trim value of 4.88. So let's get off of the FMC, set the trim real quick. And that looks about good to me. Go back to the FMC here, and we will copy our V-speeds actually first. We'll make sure that it matches what the performance tool is telling us. 140, 140, 146. Okay, yep, that's good. Okay. And that's about it. Alright, so we got our performance, we got our route, we got everything loaded up right there. Excellent, alright. Now let's look straight ahead and we can get ourselves ready for push and start. Okay. Coming up top here, let's go ahead and get started. So first thing is let's check if we have fuel in the center tank, which we do. So all of the fuel pumps are coming on today. Like so. And coming down here, everything looks good here for now. Fasten seatbelts are on. Everything's window heat's on, probe heat's auto, excellent. We'll turn the hydraulic pumps on, the electric pumps. Lights extinguish. And we have a rise in hydraulic pressure. Cool. So the hydraulic pumps are on, the forward door's still open, that's fine for now. And alright, anti-collision light can come on to verify that to the ground crew we're about ready for pushback. Excellent, alright. So let's go ahead. Oop, that's the wrong button. We'll get the airport diagram ready to go for us. Like so. Oop, and we're still in that view, so we'll get out of that view. And then let's go ahead and get the door shut. Oops. Menu FS actions. Let's go ahead and get the door shut. Look at that. Alright. Door is secure and locked. Cross-check and all call. Nice. So let's go back to the front here. And we will disconnect the jetway. And the jetway is going away. Nice. Alright. Now we will call for push, and then we will start our pushback. So let's go ahead and get the pushback plug-in loaded up, and we will request from center push and start. Alright. Oh, and somehow my radio's auto switched to some random frequency that we don't need to be on. I don't know if anyone has experience with radio frequencies just automatically switching to something random on them. I don't know if it's like the ATIS or what the deal is, but it just randomly switched us from center to some random 127 point something frequency. That's really strange, so okay. In Minneapolis Center, Sun Country 501, Terminal 2, ready for push and start.
Sun Country 501, Block 70, 7074. And when you do that, push onto Delta group.
Squawk 7074, Sun Country 501, and we'll push onto Delta, Sun Country 501. Okay, so I totally forgot to change the squawk code, so let's do that. So 7074.
Then we can cancel that restriction. Speed, your discretion.
Alright, 7074, there we go. My mistake. And now that we have our squawk code in, we can push on to Delta, so that's what we're going to do. Pre-planned pushback. And Delta is this taxiway back here, so let's go ahead and push on there. Try to get as straight as possible. Like so. And boom. Love it. Alright. Let's go ahead and request the pushback, shall we? And still no audio from the plugin, so we're just watching for things to pop up on the plugin over here. And I thought I had removed the chocks, but I guess not, but we'll do that now. Alright, and they're lifting us up. Nice. And we can release the parking brake. Brakes released. Alright, and we're going to listen to the audio here while we do engine start. So we'll come up top, the packs are coming
Additional
off.
aircraft, arrival ATIS Delta, departure ATIS November, current from Minneapolis, altimeter 3022.
Okay, we're going to throw
Lima is current,
right
Omaha,
ignition into ground.
altimeter 3019.
Got the change in duct pressure. Okay. And the start valve is open. Got some beautiful bass going on there. And 25% N2. That sounds so good. Come back up front and verify we have a stable engine start. Which we do. Nothing's in the red, so that's good. And engine 2 is stabilized. Alright. Come up top, and we'll go to left engine and ground ignition, look for the change in duct pressure, which we got. And then N2 is rising, and we'll release the parking brake, or set the parking brake for the tug. Alright, 25% N2. Introducing fuel. And we can get rid of the pushback plugin. Boris Audio Works, you did such a good job on this. Alright, engine number 1 is looking like it's stabilizing. Alright. And it's stable. Sweet. So now, let's go up to the top. And we'll verify that everything looks just how we want it to. We'll throw this on engine gen. Engine generators are turning on, and we indicate positive amps. That's good. We'll turn the APU off. Fasten seatbelt signs are on. Good, good. We don't need any anti-ice. The probe heat lights extinguished, so they're working. We're going to turn the packs on. ISOL valve to auto. Engine bleeds on. APU bleed off.
I see Denver put you on a
we're about ready to taxi.
We got plenty of room between.
Alright, flight directors are coming on both sides. Auto brake to RTO. Flaps 5. And we don't have the flight controls still don't really work, so come outside and just check them real quick. So full right,
and it did look to me like
4 left, elevator back, elevator forward, and the rudders are good. Alright, flight controls are free and correct. Cool. So now we're back in and we're ready to taxi. Alright.
Citation 8 Sierra Oscar for Delta 2087, contact Denver Center 127.65.
Hey, Minneapolis Center, Sun Country C501, Terminal 2, ready to taxi.
Had 2 at once. Is there somebody in the air?
Thought I had a free moment to talk.
November 674 Zulu Alpha, Minneapolis Center, ident. Sun Country 501, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4 Sierra.
Runway 17, taxi via Delta, Sierra, Kilo, cross runway 4 on Sierra, Sun Country 501. Alright.
Yeah, Sun Country 501. Your transmission was blocked. I didn't hear it. It's 58. It's November.
Oh. And we do have November for Sun Country 501. Okay.
Sure. Other thing. November 6th.
Alright, so we are given runway 17. We'll check the taxi route. So we were given Delta. Oh, I pushed in the wrong direction. That's unfortunate. We'll just make a UE here, and then we'll hop on Sierra, and then Kilo all the way to runway 17. So this is going to be interesting. We're going to be doing a UE here, so let's go ahead and release the brakes and turn on the taxi light and
Center,
make a
Delta
UE.
2733 at Minneapolis. Stand Delta 4 with information November, ready for push and start.
Delta 2733, Minneapolis Center, push on to Quebec, approved for 12 left.
Push on to Quebec for 12 left, Delta 2733.
JetBlue 2777, contact Denver Center 127.65.
And we'll just make a nice easy UE so we don't overstress the nose gear.
JetBlue 2777.
And Sierra is right off of our right side here.
JetBlue 2777, Denver 127.65, go on.
Look at that, we are taxiing. Alright. Oops. So caught up in my views that I almost went into the grass. Alright, so we got Sierra here, and we're going to be crossing runway 4. Oh, I missed Sierra. That's unfortunate. And center, Sun Country 501. It looks like I missed Sierra by accident. Am I good to take Charlie Sierra?
Sun Country 501 approved cross runway 4. Thank you.
Alright, Charlie Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4. Sorry about that, Sun Country 501. Oops. But we'll just,
And the aircraft that was calling...
make the right turn on Charlie.
Block second.
That's what happens when you get distracted.
Citation 4 Romeo Lima.
I was having such a good time with my new views that I made that I
Airport helicopter.
made a stupid mistake.
Omaha 1 departure. Radar
To be
vector
fair, I did think that Sierra was behind me,
5.
but a little bit of attentiveness would have solved
flight
that
level
issue.
390 departure. Departure frequency 133.4. Block 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I apologize for that weird UE and a bunch of random turns. Turns out that your captain here, myself, is kind of a moron. So now we're back on track. So kick back, enjoy, and it'll be just fine from here, I promise. Thanks for flying Sun Country. Guess I didn't know Minneapolis as well as I thought I did. Alright, so we're giving a cross runway 4 on Sierra, so let's get our landing lights on. And the strobes on as well. And as always, clear both sides. Okay. Departure's clear. Arrival's clear. And we're cleared to cross. And Sierra makes the left turn.
Skyhawk 64 Kilo, cleared
And
into
just to make
Minneapolis,
sure,
Class Bravo airspace.
Kilo is going to be
Maintain
our
the
last
FR
right before the runway,
direction.
so we're good from
The
here.
St. Paul Altimeter. Stand by. St. Paul Altimeter 3022.
Look at that, it's like we're on the real thing.
Cleared into the Bravo, VFR by discretion, altimeter 3022, Skyhawk 5264 Kilo.
Alright, we have officially cleared runway 4 and we got a while to taxi, so strobes are coming off and the landing lights are off as well. We'll keep the landing lights out, but the lights themselves will be turned off.
United 1216, Minneapolis Center, ident.
Alright, and we take Kilo all the way to runway 17. And we'll give ourselves a little bit of a speed boost here.
United 1216, radar contact 52 miles south of Omaha Airport. Altitude indication.
Well, you know what?
Flight
Since we
level
are
194,
taking off runway
descending.
17,
Descend via the TIM 01 arrival.
we'll set our heading bug to 170.
Runway 14 right transition, Omaha altimeter 3019er, and advise the uplift.
And we'll double check the runway heading. It is 170. Alright, right on the dot. Love to see it. Makes things easier for me. So cool to see. It's like we're right in the passenger seat. Veering off just a little bit, so we'll get back on track. And we're kind of slowing down, so let's bump up the taxi speed just a hair.
Minneapolis Center, Delta 2733, ready for taxi.
Delta 2733, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4 Papa.
Taxi to 12 left via Papa, cross runway 4 at Papa, Delta 2733.
Sun Country 501, wind 140 at 8, fly runway heading, runway 17 cleared for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff, Sun Country 501. Alright, landing lights are coming on. Strobes are coming on. We'll do wing inspection lights as well. I don't see any clouds, but just in case, it's good to keep it in practice.
FedEx 01.
Right, and the
Chicago and Cleveland are both offline. Radar service terminated. Frequency.
arrival side is clear. Clear right. Clear left and cleared for takeoff. Alright, oops. Turned a little too hard there. Oh, that's so cool. And let's make sure we're actually
Citation
lining
4
up here,
Romeo
which we're not.
Runway 18, taxi via.
Alright, I'm going to stop with the views now. Auto throttle is armed. And engines are going to 40%. Alright, engine stable, and we're going Toga. Little forward pressure on the yoke.
Airspeed alive.
Airspeed is alive indeed.
Skyhawk 64 kilo.
Cross check.
Left downwind runway 14.
Left downwind
And 100
runway
knots
14,
relieve the back
Skyhawk
pressure.
64 kilo.
V1. Rotate.
Rotate.
V2.
This easy rotation.
Positive rate.
Gear up. Gear up. Thank you. We'll arm heading select for now. And we'll increase speed to 200.
Sun Country 501 radar contact fail.
Passing through 2,800, Sun Country 501.
Sun Country 501, roger. Proceed direct, Omaha VOR after Victor Romeo. Time maintain flight level 360.
Alright, direct Oscar Victor Romeo and climb and maintain flight level 360, Sun Country 501. Okay, so we're going direct to Omaha already, so let's execute that and we'll throw on nav mode, and we were cleared to flight level 360. Oh, and you know what? We'll go flaps 1.
Minneapolis, Delta 2733, holding short, runway 12 left, we're ready to go.
Delta 2733, wind 1408.
There we go.
Fly runway
360.
heading, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Fly runway heading, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 2733.
And once we get a little bit level,
Cessna 4 Zulu Alpha contact, Salt Lake Center 119.95.
and we'll give it a heading sync.
Citation 4 Romeo Lima, wind 1708, fly runway heading, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Minneapolis Indianapolis 1333, 70 miles east of Omaha, flight level 340.
Look at that.
JetBlue 1333, Minneapolis Center, radar contact, next to position.
Oh, and you know what? Auto brake can go to the off position and gear lever to the off position as well. We're almost at 10,000. Alright, 10,000 feet. We'll notify the flight attendants. And the landing lights are coming off. Alright. And our center tank is now dry. So center tank fuel pumps are coming off.
Citation for Romeo Lima. Radar contact 2,300. Climb and maintain flight level 230. And turn left director. Delta 2733, radar contact, sail.
Passing through 3,000, Delta 2733.
Delta 2733, clear direct Dells, climb and maintain flight level 370.
Clear direct Dells, climb and maintain 370, Delta 2733.
We'll give ourselves a little bit of zoom on the map here so we can see more of our route. And we're in a straight line for over 160 miles. Just about 200 miles. And then we cross over the Omaha VOR. And then it's barely a left turn. Not even really making all that big of any turn until about 400 miles out or so. Maybe even like 420 or so. And 18,000 altimeters are going to standard.
Skyhawk 64 kilo, wind 1707, 1.14 cleared to land.
14 cleared land, Skyhawk 64 kilo.
Alright, so we are going to be in Minneapolis airspace for a while. And Fort Worth Center did sign off. So in that case, we'll commit to runway 35 left as need be. Unless someone signs back on and tells us otherwise, we're doing 35 left.
Speedbird 194, Minneapolis Center, identical.
Or, I don't know. Let's take a look at that arrival again. Oh, you know what?
United
Should have had the departure
1216.
loaded up.
Descend and maintain 3,000, reduce speed to 210.
And we're already past the entire departure, so I'm not even worried about that. DFW, we'll go to the arrival. We're doing the Jovem 6. And you know, it does have us on the other side of the airport, so you know what?
Speedbird 194, stand by.
It would make a lot more sense to land 3-6 right.
United 1216. Yep, I think the wind might have just been pushing a little bit.
So we're going to do 3-6
7 miles
right.
from final approach fix, turn right heading 110.
Oh, you know what? I always forget that I'm in the EFB view. Okay. So we're going to go down to the FMC here and just change our runway. So we'll go back to the arrival page and we'll keep everything the same, but we'll switch it
Speedbird 194, radar contact 77
to
miles
ILS
southwest
36
Green Bay,
right.
correction, southeast of Green Bay.
And then go to our legs page and just verify that everything looks exactly how it's supposed to. Which it does. It still has us direct to Omaha. So we'll get rid of the discontinuity from India Romeo Whiskey to iBake. And everything else looks the same, so we will go ahead and execute. And now we have the same route, and we're landing 3-6 right instead. Too many times in the past have I tried changing the runways and, well, totally forget to check the legs before I execute to make sure everything looks the same, and it in fact did not look the same, and it tried turning me around and doing all that crazy stuff, so...
United 1216, 1708, runway 14 right, clear to.
Everything is looking quite wondrous. We have engine gauges are all looking good. Climb rate's looking fabulous. Everything up top still looking good. Exactly how it should. Nice. Now we're just monitoring until we get to our cruise. Nice beautiful sunset there. If this were real life, that would be blinding the heck out of the passengers in the right seat. But in the sim, it looks really good. You can barely see the ground clearly because of all the smoke that's plowing through the area. It's pretty bad, and the sim's doing a decent job at simulating that. Doesn't simulate a lot of other weather phenomena, but that's pretty good. Alright, just so we're not getting blinded by the sun, let's go to the other side.
Skyhawk 64 kilo, where you parked?
Funny you mentioned that. I actually just had an engine failure, so I managed to land, but I am stuck just on the edge of the runway. I'm going to disconnect in a minute.
Skyhawk 64 kilo, roger. And have a good night. Don't be flying with us again.
You do. Thanks for the services. Good night.
We love VATSIM. Sounds like someone made a whoopsie and WinWing killed their engine. Now they're stuck on the runway and have to disconnect.
Minneapolis, good evening. Cardiac, 316 Mike Golf on the ground east ramp at Lincoln, 9524.
Kodiak 6 Mike Golf, Minneapolis Center. Good evening. Clear to the Topeka Forest Field. As filed, maintain 7,000. Departure frequency 133.4, squawk 703.
Clear to Topeka as filed, current maintain 7,000, departure 133.4 and squawk 7033, Kodiak 6 Mike Golf.
Kodiak 6 Mike Golf. Read back correct. And let me see if we can reach it. Altimeter for Lincoln. Didn't have that one up. Lincoln altimeter 3018. Wind 140 at 10, runway control.
At 3018, and we'll give you a call with a runway.
Yeah, but Center,
Yeah,
80 Oscar, back with me.
I think I've lost. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Center, Position 80 Oscar, back with you.
Citation 80 Oscar, just in time. Chicago's offline though. Leaving my airspace. Frequency change for data for generally after that.
Over to Unicom, have a good night. For November 80 Oscar, see ya.
Good evening, Walker 5304 is about 25 miles east
It
of
is a pretty nice sunset view,
Mike
though. I
VOR
enjoy that a lot.
50430.
Walker 5304 Minneapolis Center. Radar contact. Thanks for the position report.
I will say the one thing that this sim really does well is the lighting. I believe this game uses like ray tracing and stuff like that, so I mean just look at that, the coloring and everything is just so phenomenal, to be honest with you. I like it a lot.
Citation 4 Romeo Lima, Kansas City Center is offline. Radar search terminated. Frequency change for Delta 2733, Chicago's offline. Radar search terminated. Frequency change for
Overday advisory for Delta 2733. Thanks for the service.
Seeing a little bit of some light wispy clouds that we're passing by here. Practically irrelevant. They're so see-through and wispy that I'm not really concerned about it. But nice. Nice little touch to the climb.
Minneapolis Center, United 800 is 24 242 nautical miles east of the Quebec, Bravo Hotel, VOR. With
United 800, Minneapolis Center, radar contact. Thank you. Position report. United 299, contact Denver Center 127.69. United 299, Minneapolis.
We're leveling off. Alright, we'll level at flight level 360, and the plane is pretty stable. Not a lot of bumps going on up here. I would assume there's no bumps, seeing as how the winds are only 11 knots, which is impressive for 36,000 feet. This tends to be where the jet stream likes to sit and so forth. Who's to say we won't run into it down the road, but for now, seatbelt signs can come off, so we will turn those off. And we are cruising, and we have about quite a while to go. So now that we're at cruise and the air is smooth, we can sit back, relax, enjoy the view, especially with my amazing brand new camera views that I have set into stone and can go to without pulling up the actual camera menu within the sim. And yeah, we're having a good time here. So kick back, relax, enjoy the flight, and I will be around.
Citation 2 Oscar Zulu, Chicago Center is offline, radar search terminated, frequency change approved.
Minneapolis, Kodiak 6 Mike Golf, ready to taxi. I will take 17 at Lincoln.
Kodiak 6 Mike Golf, runway 17, taxi via Echo Alpha.
Echo Alpha, runway 17, Kodiak 6 Mike Golf.
Walker 5304 approved.
Roger, thank you.
You know what I did forget to do was turn nameplates off. I'll make sure that's done before the next flight. Oops. I mean, honestly, look at that sunset. Oh, so nice. Funny enough, you can kind of see the contrails blowing out of the engine. You wouldn't be able to see that, you know, from inside the plane. The contrails start pretty far behind, but it's
Let's turn on course.
not a bad touch.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff. Cardiac 6 line go.
JetBlue 1333, contact Denver Center 127.65.
127.65, JetBlue 1333, nice off.
Speedbird 194, Roger.
Cardiac 6 back go, Fable and passing 1,800.
Funny thing is, I just realized that there's someone on VATSIM with a tail number that includes an Oscar, 162 Oscar Zulu. So funny enough, in
Aircraft calling.
the United States,
Standby.
you'll never see a tail number with an India or an Oscar because they're too hard to decipher from 1
altitude
and
check,
0.
on course.
So
6 back go.
162 Oscar Zulu is actually unrealistic. Now it is VATSIM and people can do whatever they want, so I don't actually care.
381 Echo,
But just a
Sierra,
fun
Alpha
fact
Center,
for you
say again,
guys
request.
that would never actually be in a tail number in real life. Not in the US anyway.
Skyhawk 1 Echo Sierra cleared to the Duluth Airport as filed. Correction, we're going to do it this way. Skyhawk 1 Echo Sierra cleared to the Duluth Airport. Radar vectors wed new, then as filed. Maintain 3000. Departure frequency 133.0. 304, squawk 5266. Have 1 Echo Sierra. Read back correct. Before we go any further, notice you have a couple of airports in as waypoints. Just confirm that you are using those airports as waypoints and that you're not requesting it as a through clearance. I have 1 Echo Sierra. Okay, so you should have phrased it in the form of you're requesting a through clearance to those airports. Because VATSIM doesn't really have that on the form, so you have to request that just to make sure that we all know what we're doing. So in that case, I'll get back to you in just a second. You don't need to put it on the flight plan. You need to request it when you say what you're requesting. Don't worry. Speedbird 194, Toronto's offline. Radar search terminated. Frequency change. Omaha 22, Minneapolis Center, good evening. Duluth altimeter 3022, and going to depart from the ramp. Omaha 22, roger. Departure from the ramp is at your own risk. Report airborne. Skyhawk 1 Echo Sierra. So what we'll do in this case is I'll give you a through clearance through the first airport to the second, and then when you're on your way from the first to the second, I'll give you the rest of it coming back. You're cleared through the Cloquet.
I always forget about the wing inspection light when it comes to climb and cruise and stuff like that, so we're going to turn it off. We're going to see if you can see anything from the passenger views. If not, I'll throw it back on and we'll have view again.
Skyhawk 1 Echo Sierra, readback correct, Duluth altimeter 3022. Expect runway 27 for departure, well for taxi. Skyhawk 1 Echo Sierra, runway 27, taxi via Alpha, Alpha 5. Omaha 22, frequency change. Kodiak 6 Mike Golf, Beatrice altimeter 3016.
3016, Kodiak 6 Mike Golf.
Alright, looks like we're making a slight turn. So we're crossing over the Omaha VOR. And that means one thing, that our time with Minneapolis Center is running up. And there seems to be no ATC along the rest of our route. Now, Oklahoma City approach is online, but we're crossing over at flight level 360. So we will not be talking about it. So now that it's getting dark, we will turn these screens down so they're not so bright in our faces. Do the same for the right side over here.
Center Walker 5304, back.
That way it's a little bit
Walker
easier on the
5204.
eyes.
November 125 Delta Zulu, Minneapolis Center. Good evening. Descended pilot's discretion. Maintain 12,000, 12,000. Duluth altimeter 3022. More than hours.
Oscar, another 12000. Citation
Skyhawk 1 Echo Sierra. You actually missed the turn for Alpha 5. That's not really a useful part of the runway. It's the blast pad.
Mr. Toasty Oats 716 in the house. How is it going, my man? That good, huh? Sending me hearts. Well, hearts to you too, my brother. So, oh, you're alright,
Minneapolis
man.
Center, hello,
I'm not
Southwest
expecting
2743, pilot 1360.
you to be on all the time every time I'm
2743
live.
Minneapolis Center,
But
City.
you missed one thing that I managed to do is figured out how to create my own custom views, and we can now move around the plane to different wing
Sentinel
views
aircraft hazardous weather information. convective
without
segment, Niner Central,
having to
Bell,
pull up the
Phil,
actual
Phil,
sim
35,
camera menu.
For Minnesota, Iowa, South
So,
Dakota, for
looks a little
diminished
more
area of
professional.
thunderstorms. Further information available from the Minneapolis Center on
Hazardous weather. I wonder what's going on in his airspace. Oh, there's a pretty good storm cell
the
south of
1 Echo
Aberdeen.
Sierra, wind 220 at 7, fly runway heading, runway 27
nice.
cleared for takeoff.
Convective segment. We're talking about. Tops above flight level 450.
Sun Country 501, Kansas City's offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency changed approved. Sun Country 501. Sue. All right. We're away from Minneapolis Center, so we're going to 122.8 en route to Unicom, and as of right now, Fort Worth Center has signed off. So we will be without ATC unless we run into a miracle. Yeah, and also, Toasty, I don't know if you noticed, but I managed to get a color source in the background for the overlay up top, so it's a little more visible and readable, no matter the coloring in the sim. And then I also got my subscriber list, the 3 most recent ones, on the stream as well. I also have subscriber notifications, super chat donations if they exist, and members as well once I get to that level, if I get to that level. So I'm kind of bringing it together over here, looking more professional as the days go on. And then one thing I'm actually going to try and do is I'm going to see if the in-sim recording, there we go. Oh no, that's travel 2. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Oh, that's active pause. Is it not up here anymore? There used to be a replay option. Aw, it's disabled. Dang. I have to find some of the replay options that people use, because the one in sim is never available for me, and that's one thing that people like to see, is the landing over and over again but from different views. So we're going to have to figure that one out. So how's it going over there? You getting by all right? Sleek and professional dog. Well, thank you very, very much. I am doing my best. I wish I had a different overlay because it looks kind of, I don't know. I mean, it gives you all the information, so I guess I'm not that dissatisfied with it, but it just kind of looks like a very beginner type overlay. But I can't get any of the other overlays that I've been trying to get to work. I really want to do that Fly Live overlay that everyone does, especially Captain Canada. He does that, and it looks really, really good, but I can't get it to work, so hopefully in the future that'll work out. But as of right now, we're just sticking to the very 8-bit looking overlay. going to be around tonight as well. I'm making the return trip, so we have a second flight inbound. I don't know how late you plan on staying up, but 2 flights today. Nothing much going on, so. Toasty, you still with me, bro? I just figured out how to do a poll, so you should put your vote in. I appreciate your confidence, brother. Still over 160 miles from top of descent. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, you know what? While it was daytime, I totally forgot that I had the dome light on. Whoops. Now we can see the outside a little bit better. So I just remembered that I wanted to check the VNav before we pushed back, because it said we were unable 290 knots at whatever waypoint, because the descent was indicating 269er. So I just went and I changed it, and if we look at the chart here, first the arrival, jump 6, we have a restriction here. Oh, of course it's going to do that. We have a restriction, we're coming from IBake, so at Winster here we have a restriction, maintain 290 knots on the dot, and because our descent profile on the VNav said 269, it was saying we were unable here, so I just changed it so we can meet that restriction per the chart. Should sync the heading here, always a good way. Heading is synced, cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got lucky. Fort Worth Center signed back online. 135, 175 on standby. There it is. We have the call from Fort Worth Center. So once I get set up here, we're going to go back up front real quick. And we're going to... Oops, wrong button. I'm going to go back up front, contact center, and then we might get some instructions. So let's switch over.
12502.
2502, yeah.
American 1972, contact Lone Star approach 12502.
Lone Star on 25025. See it, 1970.
Fort Worth Center, good evening, Sun Country 501, flight level 360.
Sun Country 501, Fort Worth Center, radar contact 17 miles north of Will Rogers, welcome. American 3299, contact Lone Star approach 12502.
Over to Lone Star approach 125.02, thanks for service, American 3299.
Kind of nice that we got Fort Worth Center on, so we'll have
to arrival love altimeter 3004.
ATC, and Lone Star approach is on, so it looks like we'll have another frequency
For
to
flight
switch
830
to, which
to
is
by
really
the Hertz
cool.
to arrival level
So
altimeter 3004.
125025. We'll have that on standby. And then make sure it's actually 025 on standby, which it is, because I can't see that on the actual panel in front of me. And we still have a few minutes before top of descent, so let's go back to enjoying our view.
Fort Worth Center, good evening, Delta 853, follow 370.
Delta 853, Lone Star departure radar, Lone Star, Fort Worth Center radar contact 5 miles south of Lubbock.
Uh-oh, someone on VATSIM requested to start their descent. Word of advice, don't ever tell the controllers when you're going to descend. They'll descend, they will descend you, and they know what they're doing, so.
American 3299, contact Lone Star, approach 12502. American 1261, contact Lone Star, approach 12502.
Over to Lone Star, 2502, see ya.
American 3729, I give you your descent, correct?
From 3729, we're about to start in a moment.
Thank you, sir. American 103, contact Lone Star, approach 12502.
Over to approach, American 103.
South Country 501, descend by the Jovan 6 arrival VFW altimeter 3003.
I forgot to turn my mic on. Alright, so we were given a descent clearance via the arrival, and by that, we can turn the fasten seatbelt sign on, let the passengers get back to their seats, and the first altitude restriction on our chart is going to be at or above flight level 240.
Southwest 131, contact Lone Star, approach 12502.
And that is about 80 miles away, so we have 11,000 feet to lose in just under 80 miles. So let's go ahead and actually do that. So the bottom altitude at our first waypoint is 240, so we'll set down to there. Cool. Like so. And then we will go to our descent page on VNav, which is already pulled up. Descend now and execute. Alright. And the altimeter is 3003, so we're going to put that on standby. And then, since Fort Worth Center is online, I'm not entirely sure what runway we're going to get. I'm going to assume 36 right as we switch to. But the closer we get, we'll find out more.
United 1962, Fort Worth Center. Let's see, your radar contact 3 miles west of Maverick, climb maintain flight level 400.
Maintain flight level 400, United 1962.
Fort Worth Center, good evening, American 691, checking in, 7.6417, direct Piglet.
American 6090 on 91 Fort Worth Center, welcome, climb maintain flight level 340.
340, American 6091.
Okay, so where's this? Reckon 3729, contact Lone Star approach 12502.
Over to Lone Star 3729, thanks for have a great evening.
You as well. Light is dirty, thank you. Wow, you actually know to do that, I'm proud.
That I do. I know a lot of people don't.
Yeah, a lot of people do not. American 5144 West Innovator, contact 5 miles west of Midland, welcome.
I'm kind of surprised. We descended about 40 miles before the top of descent, and we only have 10 miles to be under flight level 280, but somehow we're well under the VNAV profile. So I'm curious if this VNAV profile isn't exactly following these altitude restrictions, because I feel like by now, seeing as how this altitude restriction at this waypoint is coming up quick, we would have actually intercepted that by now. Oh, wait, this number's changing. Maybe it's actually coming in now. Oh, maybe. Maybe I'm just ahead of my aircraft, which is exactly where we want to be. Stay ahead of your aircraft. Yep, there it is. There's the VNAV path. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're only about 5 miles away, so zoom in over here. So as we cross over Windstar, I believe that is. Windstar? Yeah, I'm going to say. Our next altitude restriction bottoms at flight level 200, so let's go ahead and set that. Because I'm never 100% reliant on VNAV to follow altitude restrictions. Now, keep in mind, this plane is usually very good at doing that, but I've had some experiences with VNAV and altitude restrictions before, so I'm just going to be on the cautious side. And once we get on with Lone Star approach, I do imagine we're going to get our official runway assignment. So, actually what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to go to the FMC, pull up the Fort Worth arrival information, and have it on standby just in case we get changed. Okay? Now, I don't think we will, based off of the arrival and the direction of flight, but you never can be too sure. And you know, the winds have been pretty good for this whole flight. Now we have a tailwind. It's only 27 knots, but any tailwind helps. But it's kind of nice because on the way back, our headwind is not going to be all that strong, so it shouldn't extend our leg back by too much, so we won't be so insanely late. That's good. But this is a little extended stream from what's usual, and it's been kind of nice. And I will be doing the return leg home, so. Did not realize that we already crossed by that waypoint where we were flight level 200 or above. So the next one is 15,000 or above, and then 13,000 or above, and then it just kind of keeps sort of stepping down from there. And then we're expected to be at 120. Aircraft's doing a good job at maintaining 290 knots, but by the time we get to Victory, we want to be at 280. And then Jovem 270, so it looks like a 10 knot decrease each waypoint until by the time we get to Missile we want to be at 240. So this arrival is pretty heavy on the speed restrictions, so we'll make sure that we follow that pretty closely. The VNAV's doing an okay job. It's running a little hot right now.
Trying to see if you're handling VFR traffic out of Cessna 1013 Mike.
Right, below 18,000. Altimeters are coming out of standard, 3003. And flight attendants?
No, currently.
Advised to final descent. And our cam is coming on. Things are getting real. Alright, so we're passing over 15,000, so now our altitude restriction is dropping at or above 13,000.
Number 1013 Mike, Roger, stand by.
And I'm expecting a handoff to approach relatively soon. Like probably right about now.
Number 1013 Mike, Squawk 0535.
Once he's done with this.
Correction, 0515. Squawk 0515. Sun Country 501, contact Lone Star approach 125.02.
12502, Sun Country 501, see ya.
See ya.
Lone Star approach, good evening, Sun Country 501, descending through 15,400, Jovem 6.
American 3729, turn right heading 270, descend and maintain 3,000.
Up there.
Sun Country 501, Lone Star approach. Information November is currently parking east or west side.
We'll be on the west side, Delta Terminal.
American correction, Sun Country 501, Roger, plan the visual approach 36 left.
Alright, plan visual 36 left, Sun Country 501. Alright, so 36
American
left.
3729, turn right heading 270, descend and maintain.
So we did get a switch, not the switch I was actually
270,
anticipating.
4000, 3729.
but
American 2341, sir, about the way across runway 35 left at Echo Juliet. Taxi
we're
to
going to
parking
verify
via
that
Kilo.
this all looks correct,
Cross at Echo Juliet.
which it does. So we're going direct missile.
American 3299, cross 35 left at Echo Juliet, Kilo to the ramp.
Cross from a tree 5 left, Echo Juliet, Kilo to the ramp,
There we go.
American 3299.
Alright, the plane is not doing a very good job at slowing down now, so we're going to put some drag in there to help it slow down.
I'm 40 Whiskey Alpha.
408 Whiskey
So it
Alpha.
should be at
first
270 knots, and then
40 Whiskey Alpha on the
we
ground.
want to be at
lines with the weather,
240 by
taxi
missile,
departure
so
via
we're going to,
Forest
oops. We
Or
wanna be down at
480 Whiskey
12,000.
Alpha, roger, runway 16 left at Hotel, taxi via Alpha Hotel.
Alpha Hotel 16 left, no 40 Whiskey Alpha.
Correction, it'll be runway 34 right. Used to being south flow. Runway 34 right, taxi via Alpha.
34 right via Alpha, looks better for us with the wind mix.
And then 36 left.
American 3729, I don't see in the descent to 4000, flighting 330, join the 35
Okay,
center
is that
localizer.
runway?
Mileage is about that. I thought it was descending, and then we're going to join the localizer for a 36 center, American
No one
3749.
cares, dude.
No, just confirm that was a 330 heading to join the 35 center localizer.
330, 35 center, 3729.
Okay, so it should be at 240. For some reason the aircraft wants us to be at 260.
Proflight 830,
But on
approach
the
Roger,
FMC it is 240,
information,
so we're just gonna be
Juliet,
careful
current
for
left
that.
field, altimeter 3004, you want 31 left or right?
We got Juliet.
And the conditions are
and we're
plenty
gonna
for a
go
visual,
straight to traffic.
so
That's 31
real quick,
right.
why don't we, while we have the chance, pull
Proflight
up the
830, yep, that's correct.
ILS.
Expect the visual approach on my 31 right unless you'd like something else.
get the frequencies at the very minimum, 111.9er. Put that in both navs. Okay.
That's 133, roger. Taxi to parking via Bravo, we'll see it.
Right, that is in both of our navs. Approach course is
I had,
356.
I think 2 reading that one back. I got Southwest 131, that was for
Okay.
Southwest 131 only.
Minimums, we're going to be visual, so I'm not going to worry about minimums, but I do want to get my VREF in there. Let's do our performance
American
tool.
3729, the field, you're 12 o'clock, 10 miles, advise when you have it in sight.
Field to say 3729.
American 3729, speeds are yours, cleared visual, approach 35 center, runway 35 center, clear to land.
And VREF is
35 center, clear to land,
147.
3729.
American 103, cross runway 35 left at Echo Lima, taxi to parking via Kilo.
And then Echo Lima, taxi parking
And we have a VREF speed. Cool.
That was Echo Lima and Kilo, cross 35 left for American 103.
And we're going to go back to the arrival and make sure we're not busting any speed restrictions.
Fun Country 501, descend to maintain 6,000.
Descend and maintain 6,000, Sun Country 501. Okay, so 6,000 in the altitude bug. And we're going to do that manually. We'll do it at 1,500 feet per minute, and we'll leave the drag in because we want to be at 210 knots at this waypoint.
American 1261, cross runway 35 left at Echo Juliet, taxi to parking via Kilo.
Cross at Echo Juliet, taxi via Kilo. Thank you for coming in. You were awesome.
Okay, we'll decrease the descent rate
Appreciate
for
it.
now to try and get slow down here. And approach Sun Country 501, field in sight.
Fun Country 501, roger. You want to go for it now? Cleared visual, approach 36 left.
Alright, cleared visual, 36 left, Sun Country 501. Alright, one thing I do want to do before we attempt that is
That's 480 Whiskey Alpha, on course approved,
Get the
runway
field
34 right, clear
elevation.
for takeoff.
which should be on here somewhere. Let's kind of screw up where that is. Because I'm not used to Jeppesen charts, I am used to FAA charts in real life, so sometimes I kind of get lost in the info. The fuel elevation should be somewhere here. Elevation, usually the elevation is attached to something. It's like circled or something here, I believe. So it's about 600, so we'll go for like 3,000. We'll increase our descent rate. Yeah, maybe not that much. I did not mean to go that steep of a descent angle. The plane just really doesn't want to slow down, so we'll be careful with that, although that kind of brings a cool view with the speed brakes. Oh, you know what? We just passed 10,000, so let's get the landing lights on. That would be smart. Wing inspection lights, although we're not expecting any icing, we'll still get them on. And everything else looks fine.
Ready for taxi, American 3168.
American 3168, runway 36 right, taxi via Golf Whiskey, Quebec.
Oh, 36 right, taxi via Golf Whiskey, Quebec, American 3168.
American 30 to, correction, 3025, Lone Star departure, runway 36 right, follow the company Airbus.
I'm just keeping an eye out on the left side, keeping the airport in sight while we're losing some altitude. And I probably will make a turn very, very soon here. And we're just going to try and slow down a little bit. Let's see what flaps 1 does for us, because this thing does not want to maintain 210. Okay. So in just a second here, we're going to make that left turn for the 90-degree intercept, which is 090. We'll get that ready to go. Do that now.
Sun Country 501, descend and maintain 3,000.
Descend and maintain 3,000, Sun Country 501. Oops.
Sun Country 501, sorry about that. You still have the field inside? I forgot I cleared you for the visual and the downwind.
Yeah, we still have the visual. I was about to turn base for Sun Country 501.
Sun Country 501, roger. Cleared visual, approach 36 left.
Cleared visual, 36 left, Sun Country 501. Okay, I did think it was a little...
Yeah, muscle memory's a pain.
It can be. Alright, we're gonna go flaps 5.
American 61,
and we're in the caution range, but we should help us
via
slow
Golf
down
Whiskey
a lot
Romeo.
better now.
Golf Whiskey Romeo.
Oh, then you know what? We'll keep that turn to 090. And I'm curious about this traffic off our right side here. Okay, we're gonna go for the 30 degrees, so let's do 030 on the heading. Okay, and since we're below 250, let's drop the gear. Hopefully that'll give us some drag. Oops, did not mean to deploy speed brakes. Zoom in on the
Sun Country 501, runway 36 left, clear to land.
Runway 36 left, cleared to land, Sun Country 501.
Pro flight 830, flighting 150.
And just to make sure, yeah, I got a turn. So we're taking this by hand so we don't overshoot. And I'm going to take off auto throttle, and we are now by hand. Alright, cool. So now that the gear is down, confirmed, we're going to go auto brake 3. Oops, not max, 3, thank you. Speed brakes are coming to armed. kind of overshot the overshoot correction. So let's get back on course here.
480 Whiskey Alpha, vacating the Class D, and we'll look up to pick up flight phone to Wake.
So let's get back on course very nice and easily.
Cessna 480 Whiskey Alpha, approach Roger.
Flaps 25,
12372.
about 160. And we're looking pretty good on the glide slope. It's just the localizer. We managed to overshoot and then overcorrect.
Cessna 480 Whiskey Alpha, radar contact 2 miles north of Hicksfield, 3,500.
When we get taxi
on course to Waco is approved, clear through the Dallas.
We have a 17-knot crosswind and it's pretty direct, so we're going to make sure we're crabbing. Oh, you know what? Throttle's got to come up. We're slowing down more than I realized. Looking very good, very stable. Maybe get just slightly down a little bit here. Now we're on glide slope. Look at that. Flying by hand, and we got this ILS down to a T.
Scout 4920, you want 35.
It's always good to use an ILS as a backup, just in case something happens.
Scout 4920, Roger, only 35 left. Taxi via Juliet Alpha.
I'm not trying to bank so aggressively. It's just the sensitivities in the sim are just something I still can't get used to. I try, but the whole sensitivity curve thing just bothers me. I don't think it's the best way to handle control sensitivities, but that's how we have to do it in this sim. Okay,
American 3160, Internet to Haskell, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
Arnett to Haskell, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff, American 3168.
Oh man, that was actually the wind that time. A little bit of a gust.
American 3025, runway 36 right, line up and wait.
36 right, line up and wait, American 3025.
100, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh boy, oh boy. Didn't mean to drop down that hard. We'll just hold it off until we touch down nice. Come on, baby. Okay, yep, that was pretty greasy. Get back on that center line. We have 2 in reverse. Ease the nose down. There we go. So it was a little bit on the challenging side because of that straight crosswind, but that was a very good kind of a save at the end there. Alright, so we're below 60 knots, reversers are coming out, auto brakes are getting turned off, and we'll exit to the right side. Alright, APU is coming on. We'll have that ready to go. Not too bad for a straight crosswind. I'll accept it. And then we're just going to
American 3025,
clear the runway here and stop.
Runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
Flaps are all coming up.
36 right, clear for takeoff, American 3025.
Sun Country 501, hold short of 36 right at heavy blank Whiskey Kilo.
Alright, we'll hold short of 36 right at Whiskey Kilo for Sun Country 501. Okay, so Whiskey
American
Kilo
61 heavy, runway 36 right, line up and wait.
Is going to be off our right side here. So we gotta make kind of a sharp turn.
American 3168, radar contact.
Because that was
failed.
Whiskey Juliet over there.
I'm for 3000, American 3168.
American 3168, Roger, climb and maintain 17,000.
Okay.
Climb and maintain
And just
17,000,
verify here, yep, Whiskey Kilo's up
Pro
into
flight
our
830, descend and maintain
left.
3,000.
Kind of a weird instruction, but that's fine. And then actually I wanted to keep that pen in my hand.
Sun Country 501, cross runway 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, traffic holding in position, taxi to parking via Whiskey Kilo Golf.
Alright, cross runway 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, and then taxi to parking via Whiskey Kilo, Gulf, Sun Country 501. We'll see you shortly.
American 61 heavy traffic crossing downfield.
Alright, so keep the speed up a little bit so we're not holding
American
up traffic.
3025.
We're
radar contact
clear on the left side, we're clear on the right, and we're cleared to cross. So let's go ahead and do that.
American
Speed brakes
3025,
can go
Roger.
away.
Climate maintain 17,000.
Climate maintain 17,000, American 3025.
Pro flight 830, turn right heading 220. Right, 220. American 61 heavy RNAV to Haskell, on my 36 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, and Gulf is where?
36 right, American 61.
Gulf is the second one. Alright. Oops. Nope, 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 nope. What are you doing? There we go. Alright. Gulf is the right turn right here. And then we're going to the D terminal, which is... Oops. Oops. Trying to do this with a pen in my hand is actually kind of a mistake, but I want to make sure I follow ATC
2 o'clock, 10
instructions.
miles, advise when you have it in sight.
So we're going to the Delta gates, which is going to be down here in this corner.
Pro flight 830, Roger, flighting 280, and someone just called me. Did you say you had it in sight?
Alright, so after landing check, the yaw damper can come off, probe heats can stay in their position, that's fine.
Pro flight
When the
830,
inspection
flighting
lights
280,
are off,
did you say you had the fuel?
make sure the
Return 280.
landing and strobes
yes,
are off.
Pro flight
And, just
830,
got
Roger,
taxi
cleared
lights.
visual
Okay,
approach on my 31 right, runway 31 right, 31 right, clear to land.
Clear for the visual, clear to land, 31 right.
I don't know if this taxiway is just not straight or what, but this
American
plane is
61
really trying
heavy
to
radar
turn on the
contact
right
sail.
side.
Pumping 900,
American 61 heavy, Roger, climate maintain 17,000.
Climate maintain 17,000, American 61 heavy.
American
So
3160,
we're going in this
contact
little
Fort Worth Center
corner over here.
135.17.
135.17, American 3168, see ya.
Don't mean to get off the center line here. I'm just trying to find where I'm at. We're going to make this turn here and follow these green lines. To find our gate. Is this plane turning right, or am I just tripping?
American
It is
3025,
turning
contact
right.
Fort Worth
I don't know
Center
why it's doing it.
135.17. Good day.
35 17, American 3025.
Scouts 4920, RNAV to G-Vine, runway 35 left, clear for takeoff.
On that G-Vine, 35.
Alright, so not a bad landing. We got the visual and things got confusing there because the controller forgot he cleared us for the visual. And so when I was making my base turn, things got a little bit strange and I kind of fell behind on timing, but we caught up all right. I managed to overshoot final just a little bit, but I saved it pretty good, but then I oversaved it and then wound up left to center line. But we got the approach back nice and stable, but then not sure what I did, but I managed to kind of accidentally come at the runway a little too rapidly, and I overcompensated the flare, and we wound up floating quite a bit, but that's okay because we kept it and we did okay. And it was a greaser, and we stopped with plenty of runway left, so that was fine. And you know, it was especially tough considering the crosswind component. And real quick, let's get the APU gen on before I forget that. And we're not really on this center line very well, but we're just going to try our best. I want to see if that jet bridge is close enough. You know what? I'm not going to lie to you. I don't really care because this is default scenery and stuff is really messed up in this corner. So we're just going to get to a point where the jet bridge will be nice to us and hook up. Taxi light's coming off. And then from there, because no one in VATSIM is going to take this gate, guaranteed. You're not going to want to, you know, have that long of a taxi. So, parking brake's coming on. Fuel cutoff. Turn on the dome lights so we can see. Anti-collision light's coming off. Oops, that's not the anti-collision light. There it is. The beacon's coming off, and the fasten seatbelt signs are coming off as well. All right. So we're going to look at this door and set the chocks. The jetway is going to be pulled up to the aircraft. Oh, and it is moving.
American 61
Oh,
heavy
look at
contact
that.
Fort Worth Center 135.17.
And it's hooked up, so let's get this door nice and open. Hey, and people now can exit onto the jetway. Welcome to Dallas Fort Worth. Alright, so now we're going to go up top and get ourselves in a turnaround state. So the yaw damper's off, fuel pumps are off except for left forward for the APU gen, 49 amps, that's good.
Code 4920, radar contact failed.
Fasten seatbelt signs are off. Window heat can stay on because we're going to go back out.
Code 4920, roger.
Hydraulic
Climb
pumps
and
can come
maintain
off for now. We have
17
lights. That's good. APU bleed can come on for the packs. And ISL valve can open. We'll leave this for now. Lights are looking good and sweet. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a turnaround state. And welcome to Dallas Fort Worth. The first flight of sunny August is complete, and we will be making the return flight, so give me a few minutes while I set that up, get the next flight plan sorted, and we will get back to it and get ourselves back to Minneapolis. Yeah.
Pro Flight 830, taxi to
see
Park
you
and
soon.
Via Alpha. Have a good night.
Parking B Alpha for 8:30.
All right, and we are back. So I wanted to start the view on the outside view, but for some reason, I don't know if it's both simulators or just 2020, but if there's anyone within like a mile on the external view, it's extremely loud.
Coordinating with the center, say again.
Gotta turn that down a little bit. It's like screaming in your ear. All right, cool. So yeah. Anyway. External view, if anyone is even within a mile of you, it's extremely loud. But anyway, we're going back to Minneapolis. We are in a turnaround state, so this shouldn't take us all too long. But we'll run through the checks and everything and make sure we're good to go. Actually, that's the wrong view. Yeah, people are entering, totally.
We have off on board.
All right. Cam is coming on. Alright, cool. So let's go up top and run our flows once again. The yaw damper can come on, verify that that light extinguishes, which it does. Excellent. Fuel pumps can stay off except for left forward for now. Looking up and down, we're on APU gen, that's good. APU EGT is looking normal, excellent. Fasten seatbelt signs are coming on as the passengers are boarding. Window heat's staying on, probe heats are in the auto position, anti-ice we don't need. Hydraulic pumps we will turn on before pushback, and packs are on auto, we're on APU bleed, everything's looking good. So we can pull up our flight plan here. We're cruising at flight level 350, so we'll just turn this down. The landing elevation at MSP is 842, so we can throw that up to 850, like so. Logo lights are on, nav lights are on, everything looks okay to me. Alright. Oh, and you know what? I did get a PDC, so that's good. Cool. I think all we really have to worry about is our autopilot and our FMS. We are going to get a new squawk code, so let's check that. New squawk code is going to be 2254.
Closure time for pattern work advisory is fine. If you want flight following, call me in the air.
Just happened to my transponder. That was really interesting. Using my knob for the transponder.
Cessna 0 Whiskey Alpha, contact Fort Worth Center 135.17.
Really
Have a good night.
17, Skyhawk 0 Whiskey Alpha, have a good night.
Huh.
American 504 flighting 060 to send a maintain.
I was trying to put the squawk code in my Logitech radio panel, and for some reason, when I turned the numbers, it was disappearing. But now it's not.
American 770.
I hit the active standby button, and it stopped disappearing, so that's good, but that was really weird. So we're squawking 2254 anyway. Sorry for that total distraction. Let's go back to our autopilot panel real quick, and we are going to
American 770, you can expect
climb via SID. So let's look at our departure to determine what that looks like. So we're looking for standard departure out of here. We're doing the
American 183 Heavy
Vallejo
Roger
8.
on out to Michelle, runway 36 left, clear for takeoff.
Alright, Michelle 35 left there for takeoff. 183 Heavy.
So departure,
American
we're out of
770 flight
DFW.
present, heading, descend and maintain 6,000, vector for descent.
Vallejo 8. And the top altitude is 10,000. So let's set that in the autopilot.
American 2090 ready at the end. American 2090 heavy, runway 36 left, line up and wait. 36 left, 35 left, line up and wait.
And we can expect runway 36 right. So we'll just put in 360, or in the 737's case 000. Climb at 160. Okay, and I'm making sure I set the autopilot this time, because last time I did a quick turn in this plane, I totally screwed something up. Actually, it was in the CRJ last stream, and I'm just going to avoid that altogether in this stream. Okay, so we can turn all these modes off. We'll actually turn the flight directors off. I forgot to do that because those will need to recycle. Okay, altimeter we are looking at. I had the ATIS up. Altimeter is now 3004. So that's really only up one. There we go. Alright. Nice. So let's go to the EFB real quick, do our takeoff calculations. And doesn't give us a runway to expect for the departure, but based off of where we are, it's going to be 36 right. So let's do the performance tool. Oh, you know what? Oh, come on.
American 183 Heavy, radar contact.
Nope,
say
not
altitude.
left. Sorry.
Alright,
Right.
past 2,000 now.
I am totally out of it.
American
Runway
183
slope
Heavy,
is
Roger. Climb and maintain
1.19, so we are
17,000.
going to actually worry about that and put that in our
17,000,
info, and we'll import the weather. You know what I did forget to do was set the passengers and everything. Block fuel is 18,368. Okay. We're just going to throw that in there. Payload, we have
American 770, turn left heading 260.
Left 260 for 770.
American 2090 Heavy, RNAV to Michelle, runway 35 left, clear for takeoff.
Okay, yep, that makes sense. So
35 left,
157
RNAV to
passengers.
Meckel, clear for
We're
takeoff.
going to do
American 2090 Heavy.
3,000 pounds of cargo up front. This is much fuller of a flight than on the way to Dallas. And then we're going to do 4,850 in the back, aft cargo. So we have a total of 7,850 cargo on board. So zero fuel weight should be 130.9, which it is. That matches. Cool. All right, now everything's correct. So good. Now let's do it again. There we go. Import weather. Now we calculate. All right. Now we have the proper info in the EFB. So let's go ahead to our FMC here. We're going to verify that our index position, verify that that's correct. Just do the reference airport, and we do have a position in there, so that's good. So we'll go to route, origin, DFW. We're going back to Kilo, Mike Sierra Papa. Flight number is Sun Country 502.
American 183 Heavy, contact Fort Worth Center 135.
So the departure we're doing today is the Beleco 8. We're taking off from runway 36 right. And we're doing the Tulsa transition, Tango Uniform Lima. So we'll go to route, activate, execute, and then
American 770, continue the descent to 5,000.
so Beleco 8, Tulsa transition looks good. Then we're taking J25,
Continue descent.
throwing that on the left side here.
Heading to
And we're going to Kansas City, VOR, Mike, Charlie, India. And then from there, direct rock, Romeo, Oscar, Kilo, Kilo, Kilo. And that will be the beginning to our arrival. So we're going to go to MSP arrivals. We're doing the Nitzer 3. Check the winds at MSP, see if we got a runway here. 150, so we can expect 12 right.
American 770,
Minneapolis Center is still online, so if we have to change that, we will. But we'll expect 12 right. Alice 12 right. Rock, good. Go to our legs page. Remove any discontinuities and just verify that everything looks correct.
American 504, descend and maintain 3,000.
Which it does. Alright, we'll execute that. Cool. Go back to route. Then we'll put some performance data in by looking at our OFP. So, performance data, let's go. So, our zero fuel weight today is 130.9.
Your radar contact, say altitude.
And 149.4 matches
2090, Roger.
for the gross weight. Good.
Heavy, Roger.
Reserves, now we're looking at 5.0.
2090 Heavy.
Cost index for the flight back, we're looking at 31, so slightly higher, but nothing crazy. Barely make a difference. We're climbing to flight level 350. Top of climb winds 280 at 43. So they're kind of getting up there just a little bit. So execute that profile. Go to N1 limit. We're doing a normal takeoff.
American 504 flying
The EFB is
030,
telling us
join
to
on
do
my
a
35
select
center
temp
localizer,
of
DFW airport 10 o'clock,
51.
15
Okay.
miles.
51, I guess. Then we'll go to
American
takeoff. We're
2090
doing a
heavy,
flaps
clear
5
flying.
departure. CG will
Direct
auto
flying, American
populate and
2090
trim is
heavy.
4.6.
American 504, cleared visual approach on my 35 center, maintain 170 knots
So
until
let's get 4.6 roughly in there.
On the 35 center localizer.
And that looks good to me. Go back to the FMC here, and the one thing that we want
American
to
770
put
flighting
in
330,
is the
join
runway
the 35
winds,
center localizer, descend and maintain 3000.
which are 110 at 8.
3000 and 330.
100, excuse me. 110 at 8. And the runway slope is 0.19er. So we put in our runway winds here, and we're going to do 0.19er for the runway slope, and then go back again. V speeds are 139, 144, and 147. V1.
American
This is
770
telling me
DFW
141.
airport, 1
Why is it
o'clock,
telling me
15
that?
miles, advise when you have it in sight.
We have that beautiful field.
Oh, okay. No, it makes
American
sense.
770, roger, cleared visual approach
Oh,
runway
I think I forgot to hit
35
calculate
center,
again. That's
maintain
probably why.
170
Okay.
knots until
Cool.
job.
So we've got that all worked out.
170
So we have our
until job,
performance,
and, we're cleared for
takeoff
35
stuff.
center, 770.
We have our legs, and then I do want to check the VNav again. Good, good, and we'll verify that our FMC doesn't tell us that we're unable something because of the speed restriction. If it does, we'll just change it. Cool. So let's get the airport diagram on standby here, and we'll zoom in so we can see a lot better. I was having trouble trying to zoom in and taxi the plane at the
American
same
504,
time.
my 35 center, clear to land.
35 center clear to land. Copy.
American 2090 heavy, contact Fort Worth
Please
Center,
excuse me for hydrating.
135.17.
3517, American
And
2090
then we're
heavy.
calling for taxi, not push. So, alright. I would have to say that we are ready for push. So let's get ourselves good to go. Yaw dampers on, excellent. All of the fuel pumps, we do have fuel in the center tank. So let's go ahead and get center pumps on as well. We'll go to generator 1 for engine start. When we flip the generators, good. Fasten seatbelt signs are on.
American 770
Window heats on,
speed
probe
clear,
heats are
dispersion,
fine.
runway 35
Hydraulic
center,
pumps are coming
clear to
back on.
land,
There we
4
go.
miles in trail of a company Airbus.
And we do have hydraulic pressure.
770, copy. We have the traffic inside, and we're cleared out.
So those are on, the lights are extinguished. We will turn the anti-collision light on. Pressurization panel's good. Alright, cool. So we are about ready for push and start. So let's pull up the pushback tool and have that ready to go. And oop, that is the wrong camera control. Now we can close the door. Alright, doors closed, locked, cross-check into all call. We will relinquish the jetway, which you can kind of see pull away for a brief second there. Oh, look at that, look at that. I don't know if you can see it on stream, but I can see it through the window right there. That's so cool. We'll remove the chocks. And we are ready for push and start. Alright. Just going to double check that I have everything set. Okay, cool. One thing I do want to do is double check our departure altitude restrictions, if there's any speed restrictions or anything like that, because I screwed this up in Chicago once and I don't want to do it again. So 36 right top, 10,000. Okay. Max 240. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. and that's by cruising. We want to be at or above 5,000 by cruising. It doesn't tell us how long of a leg that is, but it looks like it's relatively extensive. We'll definitely be above 5,000 by then, so fine by me. And there's no other speed restrictions than that, so alright, not worried about it. We will make sure that we don't exceed 240 until we pass Kuzin. Alright. Oh boy.
American 778 confirming clear for the approach 35 center.
There we go, and we'll
American
zoom in again
770
just so
affirmative,
we
runway 35 center, clear to land.
can see it easier. Cool. And let's get off of the EFB
American
view.
504 across runway 35 left
Pre-plan our
and
pushback.
Echo Juliet, taxi to parking via Echo Juliet, Kilo.
35 left and Echo Juliet.
And we'll just push back onto this taxiway right here. Like so. Okay. And let's request it. Oh, you know what I did forget to do? Turn on the beacon. Oh no, no I didn't. I remembered that. Wow. I'm impressed with myself. Thought I forgot something and I totally, what is that tug doing? Doing some donuts or what? Oh, you know what? It's probably because I didn't park at the gate properly, but whatever. And he's taking, there you go, now he's attached, so our nose should come up. Any minute anyway. Oh, you know what? Should double check if I remove the
American
chocks.
770 Roger, cross 35
I
left at
did.
Echo Juliet, taxi to parking via Echo Juliet,
Oh,
Kilo.
we can release the brakes.
Alright, cross 35 left.
Brakes
Echo
released.
Juliet, and then Echo Juliet parking.
And ooh, this camera's lagging pretty good. Alright, the pushback is beginning. Look at that. Alright, so hopefully he doesn't push us into that fence. I tried my best to avoid that. Yeah, whatever. We're just going to pretend like that fence isn't there. Alright, cool. So the packs can come off. The right ignition switch can go to ground. We'll look for the change in duct pressure, which we have. A start valve is open, and N2 is rising, and headphones are going completely on for the sound. Right, 25% N2, and we're introducing fuel. The squawk code on my radio panel is blinking, and I don't like that particularly. Alright, engine number 2 is stable. We'll go back up top here. Oops, that's the wrong button. Ooh, you know what? Actually, oh, that's a pretty cool sound. I like that a lot. Okay, so we'll set the parking brake so the tug can release, and engine number 1, ground ignition, looking for the change in duct pressure, which we have. Start valves open, and N2 is rising. And 25%. And we'll get rid of the pushback plug-in. Oh, it's even got the wave, the oscillation of the engines not being totally in sync, but it's slowly going away as they get in sync. Huh. Oh, Boris Audio Works, just wondrous. All right. Let's go ahead and run through these checks here. Fuel pumps are on. We're going to engine gen. We'll flip those engine gens on. We have 39 amps, which is wondrous. We'll turn the APU off. Seatbelt signs are still fastened. Sweet. No anti-ice required. Hydraulics on. Packs are going to auto. ISOL valve to auto. Engine bleeds on. APU bleed off. And cool. We'll get ready to taxi. So the flight directors are coming back on. The auto brake to RTO, flaps 5. And then again, we don't have the ability to check our flight controls because you're supposed to be able to hit the system button and see your flight controls, but that's not working for some reason. So one thing I did forget to do was bring this all up here after the before taxi, but that's okay. Alright, everything's good for now. Flight director's on. Sweet. Alright, I think we are ready to taxi. Let's go ahead and get rid of that dome light. And we'll give departure a call. Once I get my scratch pad ready. Lone Star departure, Sun Country 502 at the Delta concourse, ready for taxi.
Sun Country 502, runway 36 right, taxi via Golf Whiskey, Quebec. I think that's 36 left, 36 right via Golf Whiskey, Quebec.
Alright, runway 36 right, taxi via Golf Whiskey, Quebec, Sun Country 502. Alright, sweet. So let's go ahead and check that real quick. Make sure we know our path. So we're going Golf, Whiskey, Quebec. Oh, so Whiskey, Quebec is one taxiway. Alright, so we're looking for the middle one. Let's remember that, shall we? Alright, oh. Excuse me, I'm not really sure what that was. But taxi light's coming on. Brakes are getting released, and we will begin our taxi. For some reason my squawk code on my panel is still blinking. I don't particularly like that, but for some reason this plane is like very slowly pulling to the right. I don't know why, but we're just going to deal with it. I don't think I landed that sideways. Okay, and then Golf is going to be our first official left over here. Okay. So the next one's Foxtrot, which we don't want. We want Golf. So we'll make sure we turn clearing right, clearing left. It's going to be this taxiway right here. Ooh. Well, I wonder if the stuttering is having something to do with the blinking panel. So now that we're on an official taxiway, we'll increase the taxi speed just a little bit. And while we're taxiing, we'll pull up the departure, Lake 08. And I'm assuming, of course, we're getting Arnav Kuzin. Nope, I'm sorry. That's wrong. Arnav Haskill, I think. That's how you say that. So we'll arm LNAV mode, because this is an RNAV departure. We're not going to go off of a runway heading. Oh shoot. What does Golf do here? Come on. Golf goes a little bit to the right. Alright, good to know.
Pro flight 682, approach road, you park in east, or you want 131 left or right?
31 right's going as it.
Okay, good to know.
Pro flight 682, roger, you can expect the visual 319.
And again, Whiskey Quebec is the middle one. Yeah, I kind of thought this was over, but I guess not. Thought we could just flip over to the departure and be just fine. Man, this thing wanting to turn so hard to the right is really driving me crazy. And I'm not even sure if a Whiskey Quebec totally exists. Oh, I think it does. I might see how this is set up now. Okay. So this is Whiskey Romeo. Okay, this is Whiskey Quebec. Jeez. There's no taxiway signs on the scenery here, so I'm not entirely sure. That's unfortunate. Alright, so we'll hold short. We'll arm the auto throttle so we're ready to go. So we got LNAV mode armed, good. And we'll just leave it there for now.
Sun Country 502, RNAV to Haskell, runway 36 right, clear for takeoff.
Right, RNAV Haskell, runway 36 right, cleared for takeoff, Sun Country 502. Alright, so we were cleared. Landing lights are coming on. Strobes, wing inspection. Alright. And we'll get a roll. Finals clear. Departures clear. Cleared to enter. Alright, engines are 40% and stable. And we're lined up, so toga. Forward pressure on the Yoke. Of course we have an A380. Why wouldn't we on VATSIM?
Airspeed alive.
Airspeed is alive.
80 knots.
Cross check. This rudder's getting worse the faster we go.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Rotate. Really trying to veer off on me, huh? Okay, so
Positive ring.
gear up. So I'll make the initial climb. And over 1120, we'll follow the RNF course. And we can pitch down. Okay. Let's go ahead with level change mode, and we will.
Sun Country 502 radar contact, the altitude.
Passing through 2,300, Sun Country 502.
Sun Country 502, roger. Climb and maintain 17,000.
Climb and maintain 17,000, Sun Country 502. Okay, so 17,000, and then we went flaps 1. And in just a second here, we're going to go flaps up on schedule. Alright, gears up, auto brake is off. Flaps are retracting. Gear lever is coming to the off position, like so. Well, you know what? I forgot to turn nameplates off again, but that was some weird little stuff going on right there with that aircraft. Yeah, I forgot to turn nameplates off again. That's a little disappointing. I was going to remember to do that. Alright, our center tanks are indicating 0, so those fuel pumps are coming off. Oh, and 240 knots. And then we'll just maintain 240 until 10,000. And then we'll throw it into VNAV.
Pro Flight 682, flighting 150.
FMC, what does it say? Unable 280 knots at demo, which is part of the arrival, so let's go to the descent and just quick change that to 280, and we should be able to get rid of that message, which we are. Good. Alright, flaps are up, auto brakes off, gears in the off position. And we'll just give a little heading sync. Like so. Alright, 10,000 feet. So VNAV mode can be engaged. Notify the flight attendants. And we will turn off landing lights.
Sun Country 502, contact Fort Worth Center 135.17.
135.17 Sun Country 502. Have a good night. Cool.
Copy.
Ready to copy, United 118.
United 118, you're clear DFW via your direct your next fix. And you can join the bridge arrival into DFW. Just by the bridge, the altimeter 3004.
Not sure I'm understanding. Am I still direct runway 36 left?
I'm sorry, am I talking to United 118?
Roger, United 118.
United 118, you should be direct, I think, proud right now on the arrival, are you not?
That's correct. Correct, proud.
Skywest 4920, left turn, heading 200. And you can capture the localizer, just going to maintain 4,600. Skywest 4920, you are at 8 miles from PD, and you can maintain 4,600 until established code ILS from a 17 right approach, report TV. United 118, yes sir, it's going to be direct to Proud. At Proud, you're going to join the bridge arrival into DFW. Descend by the bridge arrival, the DFW altimeter 3004.
Bridge arrival, United 117. Sorry, 118.
Not getting an opportunity to speak.
There's two guys. I think, Waco guy, did you call?
From 019.
Report Acre Whiskey Alpha, Texas Park.
Parking will sit down for
Thanks, and November 1013, Mike, Roger, what's your on course?
We're going to hit 17,000 before we get to talk to
What's
this guy.
the identifier? Okay, what cruise altitude do you want? And last question, what's your aircraft at? It's all good. Number 1013, Mike, runway 17 left, clear for takeoff on course.
Fort Worth Center, Sun Country 502, 17,000.
Sun Country 502, Fort Worth Center. Welcome, climb and take level 350.
Climb and maintain flight level 350, Sun Country 502.
Record 2090, radar contact.
There we go. So let's get flight level 350 up in there, and now we get to go up to cruise. And we have to reset our VNAV to do that.
675 Juliet Kilo, runway 35, right, clear for takeoff.
It's enough because I can
And there we are.
Skywest 4020, runway 17 right, clear to land. Traffic departing on 17 left, should be no factor. For 1013, Mike, let's see,
18,000
altimeter
altimeters
contact
to
and the
standard.
altitude. Zero 1013 Mike. Roger, thank you. Maintain VFR and are you going to be, what's your on-course heading? Is it going to be eastbound?
Alright, engine gauges are all looking good.
Zero
and
1013
we
Mike,
are
yes. No problem.
climbing
Put that in report is, for
beautifully
now fly runway
at the
heading.
proper speed. And now we just monitor.
For 675 Kilo, forward center better contact. Climate tape level 290, right turn direct Crimson. Charlotte ground out frequency 4 will be closing in about 17 minutes.
Well, we'll get 1228 on standby. Should have had that anyway, but that just reminded me.
Remember 1013 Mike, resume on navigation.
I remember back in the days of flying on FSX, Flight Simulator X, when you would use the in-game ATC.
Reliable 457, Houston's offline.
And on an IFR flight plan, the in-game ATC would tell you to resume on navigation. Something that you're not going to hear on an IFR flight plan in real life, so at least not anymore. I don't know if it used to be a thing, but certainly isn't now. No way, Jose.
So it's 4920 left turn, Juliet, Romeo to Parkview. Pro flight 213 of amendment to your arrival advice ready cover.
Start for 213.
Pro flight 213 direct air at air, join the Cricket arrival into Dallas Love altimeter 3004, you can descend by the arrival.
Alright, direct air and Cricket arrival will descend via and altimeter 3004.
United 118 Forward Center, Deacon is switching flows at the change your arrival again, advise ready to copy.
918, ready to copy.
And 118, clear direct Seaver, and at Seaver join back on the Seaver for arrival into DFW, descend by the Seaver 4. And for the crossing restriction of Seaver, I know you probably won't make that, just cross that or above for 13,000.
Roger, Seaver for arrival, you're 918.
Sending for flight 213, vacating flight 223.
For flight 213, thank you. I'm for flight 213, I'm actually going to have to change your arrival back, so advise ready to copy.
So we're actually having FMC issues. We'll just take a heading at this point if we could, and then we'll just plan for an ILS or something.
For flight 213, roger. Let's see, for now, it's right turn heading 180, and pilot's discretion down to 900,000.
180, 900,000, thank you.
Well, our top of climb is going to be later than scheduled. However, wow, that was a nice and on-point heading sync. Snapped right on it. But anyway, we're going to be top of climb a little ahead of schedule, or a little behind schedule, basically, because
just got unlucky on the
got to 17,000 and didn't get a chance to say a word to center right off the bat. So nothing crazy there. We have plenty of crews to kick back and enjoy. Oh boy.
13 minutes to clear everything else so we can take the arrival. We're planning 3-1 right ILS. What arrival are you looking at?
Yeah, so for flight 213, it's not going to be the 3-1 right. It's likely going to be one of the 1-3s, 1-3 left or right. I don't know which Lieutenant will tell you, but the arrival is going to be back on the Hibble arrival. So you can just go direct to, I think, Finger and rejoin the Hibble arrival into Dallas Love, descend by the Hibble.
Okay, alright, so direct to Finger for the high bill, and we'll plan 1-3 left for now. 213, please.
Southwest 1978 Forward Center, air contact 36 miles west of Midland. Welcome. Other guy checking on, say again. Dog 480 Whiskey Alpha Forward Center, go ahead. That was 1978, Roger, let me be back. And 480 Whiskey Alpha, you said you're going to, what was it, Dallas Love? Okay, Roger, yeah, we're on runway 19er, taxi via Alpha, altimeter 3006, and let's see, I'll have a new beacon code for you here in a second. Whiskey Alpha departure is with me, squawk 5252. United 118. Let's see, descend and maintain 12,000 is a normal speed.
12,000 normal speed.
And United 118, contact Lone Star approach 125.02.
12502.
Sun Country 502, live Mayor System North, Kansas City South Line, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, Sun Country 502. Have a good night.
You too. November 675 Juliet Kilo, descend by the Hill 3 arrival level 203,004.
Alright, so now we're into advisory frequency territory. Kansas City Center is not online, however, MSP still is. And the guy that's controlling it typically stays on for a while, and he usually does the overnights too, so maybe we will have ATC on our way inbound, but it's not guaranteed. He's already been on for almost 4 hours, and it is getting late. But I mean, I've seen him on until 2 a.m. before, so we shall see. But 1,000 to go, finally, and then we'll be at cruise. Took a while to get there, but we're just about there. Oh, 60, 80, and just about 350. Don't go back down. Stay at 35. There we go. We are at our cruise altitude of 35,000 feet. We definitely have a good minute until we reach our descent. So, since we're cruising for quite a while, we can sit back, relax, we'll enjoy the view, and fasten seatbelt signs are off. Feel free to move about the cabin. And I will be around. And I once again forget to turn off the wing inspection lights, so let's get those off. And enjoy the view the right way. one thing that's really crazy to me is that when it comes to night flight, at the cruise altitudes anyway, this looks quite realistic. This is pretty darn close to what a lit up city would look like at night from the cruise altitudes. It's really just pretty on point. The only thing I would say that I don't really see is like these really big spotty red spots. But other than that, like the color of the lighting, the actual lighting itself, I mean, it looks so comparable to real life. It's wild. Now, the closer you get to the ground, it starts looking a little bit different and not quite as on point. It's good, don't get me wrong, but not as much as when you're, you know, at cruise altitudes and you're looking down. This is, you know, pretty crazy to me, and I like it. Now, we are passing over Kansas City, so we are, I want to say, roughly about halfway. Yeah, roughly about halfway. And Minneapolis Center is also still on the line, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, I just really think they nailed it on the night lighting. That is quite realistic overall, in my opinion. If you want to try and fight me on that, well, that's your right, but I think it's pretty darn close, so it's really cool to see. Love night flying so much. It's actually my favorite flying to do in real life. Now, that doesn't mean I want to be an overnight pilot, like a cargo pilot, because, boy, that would destroy me physically, but I do enjoy flying at night, so, and you can see why. It is quite gorgeous, and it's calm, so. And we passed over the Kansas City VOR. Cool. So yeah, we're about halfway. Minneapolis Center is online, and we will be crossing into their territory in might be 10 or so minutes. So we'll pay attention to that. Yeah, it's my input on that. Thanks for listening. Alright, we are in Minneapolis airspace. And they asked us to contact them, so 133.4. Let's get that going. And real quick, we'll get out of this view, check our altitude. Yep, flight level 350.
Citation, Mike Lima, descend via the Northwest pre-arrival. Runway 12 right transition, Minneapolis.
This controller is so quiet.
302.
Descend Northwest pre-arrival.
Citation 1 Mike Lima, affirm 3020, the altimeter, and fly the 12 right transition.
Thank you.
Citation 1 Mike Lima, just want to confirm runway 12 right transition. Do you have that programmed into your FMS or do you use vectors?
I'll try it. I think I got it programmed correctly, but if you see that I'm not, just interrupt me if you will. But I want to try it with using my FMS if I can.
In Minneapolis Center, Sun Country 502, flight level 350.
Sun Country 502, yeah, center, again.
Okay, so we want an ident.
Sun Country 502, radar contact 58 miles southwest, going to be on flight level 35.
That checks. And he's super, super quiet, so we're going to have to listen very, very closely for his call.
Rough flight 213, runway 12 right, taxi via Whiskey 10, cross runway 4.
Whiskey 10, cross runway 4.
flight 213, radar contact. I'm showing you at 2,800 right now.
We're going to
For flight 213, what approach would you like first?
we'll set up with the
For flight 213, turn right heading 270 vector approach.
November 1, Mike Lima, do have a hotel.
November 1, Mike Lima, Roger. Showing you a little bit north of the arrival and you haven't started descending yet. Would you like vectors?
Yeah, I'll make it easy on you, please.
Well, same for me either way. If your plane is going to fly the route and descent, but we can do vectors.
Yeah, do vectors.
Fly present heading.
I'll review this when I'm done.
8,000 vectors, ILS 12 right.
Should I start descending though? No.
November 1 Mike Lima, descend and maintain 8,000 from start down now.
8,000, citation 1, Mike Lima.
Delta 121, descend via the Bay 3 arrival, runway 12 right transition, Minneapolis, altimeter 3020.
Descend via the Bay 3 arrival, runway 12 transition.
From flight 213, turn right heading 300.
Like 300.
Delta 2773, Kansas City offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Over data validation for 27 terminated, see you.
From flight 213, now I'm showing your altitude at 4,300. Might have been just some kind of a weird delay. Wasn't showing what they're
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. It could be a much less thing too. I know they've been having some issues with so I'll what are you showing most altimeter?
altimeter 302.
Charlie sent me on second through the 303.
Delta 914, descend via the Torrey 3 arrival, runway 12 right transition. If you want the left side, let me know. Minneapolis, altimeter 302.
Descend via the Torrey 3, we'll take 1 and 2 right, and we got the weather, Delta 914.
Sun Country 502, descend via the Nipser 3 arrival, runway 12 right transition. Minneapolis, altimeter 3020. November 1 Mike Lima, turn right heading 300. 0, citation 1, Mike Lima, Delta 2057, Chicago's offline, radar service terminated, frequency change 3. Alright, everybody, count Delta 2057, take care.
Alright, forgot to turn my mic on for that particular call, but we were given the descent clearance for our arrival into MSP, and we were given the 1-2 right transition, so the runway we were expecting was correct. So what we can do is, we're still 80 miles from top of descent. We'll double check the arrival and make sure that that doesn't interfere with anything. We'll go to the arrival here, it's probably going to send us back to home.
Delta
Yep.
121.
Don't know why it does that, but it does. So we'll pull up the Nitzer 3.
We're just about to reach our top of the descent.
And our first restriction is going to be at KB, and we want to be at or above flight level 240, which is all the way up here, which is only 11,000 feet. So we really don't need 80 miles to get, you know, to 240, and it's at or above as well. And then from there, it's at or above 16,000. So we're going to wait a little bit, but we can go to the approach plate. We are doing 1-2 right, confirmed by controller. And once I find it, there we go, ILS 1-2 right. So let's go ahead and get our approach and all that set up. So the ILS frequency is 110.3. So let's go ahead and set that up.
Number 1, Mike Lima,
Alright, so nav 2 is set.
5,000, citation 1, Mike Lima.
And nav 1 is set, and both are in ILS mode, which is good. And then the approach course is 121, so it'd be best to go this way. So we'll set both courses to 121. Almost made it exact at both turns, but not quite. Alright, so we have the ILS frequency, we have the approach course, the minimums, the decision altitude is 1042. So this is going to be a minute to scroll.
Flight 213, turn right heading 030. 030.
This one's much faster than the Max, though, which I'm extremely thankful for. I love the Max, don't get me wrong, but it takes a while to scroll through minimums. So 1042. There we go. 1042 right there. And the last thing we're going to do is plug in our VREF speed. So we'll go to the performance tool and landing and route. And we're doing runway 12 right. And that all looks good. Said and done. We'll import the aircraft details and the weather, which it updates good, and calculate. So our VREF is going to be 150 knots, which is perfect.
121, should we plan for runway at 12 right?
And then before I forget, we are going to get the altimeter on standby here. So 3020, like so. Okay. Then we'll go to our init ref page, and it automatically loads to the approach page, which is really cool. So we're doing a flaps 30 landing.
Yep.
And our VREF is going to be 150 knots, like so. And you know what? Actually, I want to see something real quick. Flaps config 30, yep, 150. Kind of curious why it's so high, because the VREF, oh, you know what, I'm looking at flaps 40 for some reason. I was looking at the 139 on the FMC, but that was for flaps 40. 146 is for flaps 30, so 150, okay. That makes more sense, and now we have flaps 30, 150, cool. Don't know what was going on in my head there, but we'll come up top here. We'll turn on the fasten seatbelt signs, like so. And we will be descending very shortly. I am going to start the descent just under 40 miles to the top of descent, so we get an early start, and the aircraft does a little bit better at slowing down. I think I'll do 20 miles out, so let's zoom in. And once this is about 20 miles away, maybe just over 20 miles, we'll begin our descent to help the plane be able to slow down on time.
Hey, Center, good evening. Walker 2083, clearance to Atlanta, please.
Walker 2083, Minneapolis Center.
Copy that, we're expecting Cat Walker 20, you think?
And then since the bottom of our next waypoint is going to be flight level 240, we'll set the altitude bug to 240. And then try and remember a little bit better this time to keep changing that altitude as we move along.
Flight 213. How will this first start? I'd like to request touch and go, and then we'll be back out. We'll take another hour. Flight 213, with 1507, runway 12 right, clear for the option. On go, flying on my aircraft. Right, 12 right, so for the option, after the option runway, heading up to 4000.
We'll get one more passenger view for just a minute here.
11 o'clock, 15 miles left and right. Showing us heavy 777, flight level 320 unverified. He's not talking.
Here's the traffic in sight, level 121.
7 1 Mike, Lima turn left heading 210, descend and maintain 4000. 4000, turn left 210, citation 1 Mike Lima. United 1027, Chicago Center is offline, radar service terminated, frequency changing for.
There's an Air France in Minneapolis Center that is not talking to Center. So why you would even join VATSIM or like log on to VATSIM and not talk is crazy. Maybe he passed out while he was flying. He is coming from Paris, and that's a long flight, so someone tells me he walked away a while ago and didn't see ATC online at the time, but if you're going to do a long haul, I mean, by all means, get up and stretch your legs, do what you need to do, but watch VATSIM radar to make sure that someone doesn't sign on while you're still flying, because not talking to center is not great. Now, I don't think this center controller cares as much because it's not busy, but regardless, he probably should care, and because if he does that while it's busy, that's going to be a problem. And that's how you get booted off the VATSIM network.
Number 1 Mike, turn left.
Okay, let's get out of this view.
180.
Let's initiate our descent because we're just about 20 miles out. And my allergies are kind of roaring right now. I don't know why. So after we cross over, I'm not even gonna try and read that. We'll go back to the arrival. So after we cross over KB at or above flight level 240, at demo we want to be at 280 knots, and we want to be at or above 16,000. So we'll drop the altitude bug down to 16,000 after we cross over KB, and then continue our arrival. And we should be in Minneapolis in about 25 minutes? 25, maybe 30. It's a little early for the fall allergies to start kicking in.
November 1 Mike Lima, turn left heading 150, intercept the runway 12 right local.
150, intercept the localizer, citation 1 Mike Lima. Can you repeat the heading?
150.
150.
Minneapolis Center, first flight 213, 3500 climbing 4,000 runway. First flight 213, radar contact, turn right heading 270, vector ILS 1 ILS 1 direct 270 on the heading 213. Sun Country 1917, Cleveland and Toronto are both offline, radar service runway 3.
What do you got for Sun Country 1917? Have a good night.
Right, and the aircraft is trying to maintain 280 knots, which we really, really like to see. And we'll just make sure that it's actually doing so throughout this descent.
November 1 Mike Lima, 3 miles from Zesty, maintain 4,000 until established on the low flight, cleared ILS runway 12 right approach.
Maintain 4,000 until on the established November 1 Mike Lima.
Delta 121 Heavy, advise the hotel, next ILS 12 right.
We'll pick up hotel and we'll expect our runway, ILS runway 12 right.
We're just going to grab hotel just to have it. And 3020, winds are 150 at 7, so very much in favor of 12, and not even all that
Flight 213, turn right heading 30.
windy at all.
300.
And 8 miles of visibility because of the smoke, so it's starting to get better, but the fact that smoke is causing 8 miles of visibility, it's still relatively thick. So we just crossed over KB, so we're descending to 16,000.
1507, runway 12 right.
And then we'll check the chart and see what our next restriction is.
Right.
It's going to be
1 Mike Lima.
at or above 12,000 at 280 knots still. So 12,000 after we cross over Demel or Demel, whatever it is.
There. I don't think we're going to need to give you any delay vectors at all. Delta 121 Heavy, are you able to direct to SD?
Direct to Zesty, Delta 121 Heavy.
Delta 121 Heavy, proceed direct to Zesty, descend and maintain 7,000.
Direct to Zesty and descend and maintain 7,000, Delta 121 Heavy.
And these altitudes are going to come
Minneapolis Center,
quick,
Walker 2083.
waypoint to waypoint.
Two things, we're ready for push and start.
And so
can I get
it's going to be
1-2 ready for
12,
departure,
11,
or do we need to
10,
stick with 1-2?
9, and it counts down basically from there. And then we'll read the 1-2 right transition real quick. So
Walker
1-2 right.
2083,
So we're going all the way to Dolly,
like 1-2 right instead.
which is
over
here. So
we can do 1-7.
oh,
That's
so
okay.
our
We're
descent
good.
is
We'll do
actually going to
1-7,
be
right?
kind of extended here.
We're good.
So we want to be at or above 11,000 by Warsaw, but we're going to still be at or above 11,000 by Elko,
Runway 17.
and then 10, and then 8. Okay.
Delta 121 Heavy, reduce speed.
Good to know.
210 Delta 121 Heavy.
And we will get rid of the activity banner just so you guys can see what all is going on all of my screens and gauges. And at this time, for good practice, wing inspection lights are coming back on. And we could verify that those are on. Look at that.
213. What approach would you like after?
A nice and lit up wing and engine right there.
Let's see. I think we're going to try to program the RNAV. We can take 12 right again.
Where do you want to start from?
Give me 1 second. We'll pull it up.
United 1970 Minneapolis Center. Good morning. IDEP. United 1970 radar contact 117 miles west of Pier, flight level 336.
Approach 213, to start with you, like direct to Greek at a lower altitude, of course, and then we'll shoot the approach.
And we're going to be 280 knots all the way to Elko.
213. Roger. What altitude would you like?
We can do 5,000 if that works.
For flight 213, roger. Turn right heading 090 or 7012 right,
090 to join, 250.
Delta 914. Right, we have hotel, expect ILS 12 right at front.
We got hotel on low, expect ILS 12 right from Kirk, Delta 914.
Sun Country 502, right at hotel, expect ILS 12 right.
We have hotel and expect 12 right ILS for Sun Country 502. He is very, very quiet.
Reduce speed to 210.
I have to listen so closely just to hear him.
210, Delta 914.
Sun Country 502, reduce speed to 210.
I'm sorry, say speed again for Sun Country 502.
Sun Country 502, reduce speed to
250 knots, Sun Country 502.
Actually, I said 210, but I think we can probably do 250.
I can do 210, sorry, you're kind of quiet on my side for Sun Country 502.
November 1 Mike, William exit to the right when able.
Okay, so 210.
Exit to the right when able.
Altimeters are going to 3020 because we're under 18,000. Advise
4 miles from Zesty.
flight attendants of final descent. And we should actually have changed this altitude bug by now. And we're going to introduce drag to help us slow down a little bit here.
Delta 121 Heavy, 18 miles from Zesty. Cross at SC at 4,000, cleared ILS runway 12 right approach.
Cross SC at 4,000, clear for the ILS runway 12 right approach, Delta 121 Heavy.
Okay, so we hit the speed intervention and we selected 210, and we're just going to try and get this plane to slow down. It's doing so very slowly.
November 1 Mike Lima, taxi to signature, the distance out of the left turn on this there, next right turn. Okay, taxi on Whiskey, then right turn into signature. November 1 Mike Lima. Flight 213 with 1507, runway 12 right, clear for the option. On go, fly runway heading, climb maintain 5,000. Alright, what's right? Clear for the option, after the option, runway heading 5,000.
Okay, so we're at 250. It's still slowing down really slowly, but we are slowing down, so that's good. I think I'm just going to go into vertical speed and slow down that descent to kind of help us bleed off some of that speed.
Thanks a lot for the help today. Appreciate that. Thanks for flying in. Have a good night. You too.
Because it's not doing a very good job of slowing down, but we're trying. And we can actually decrease a little more because we're still going to hit 1000 before Elko.
May have a center, Walker 23, taxi 17.
Walker 2083, runway 17, taxi via Delta, Sierra, Kilo, cross runway 4 at Sierra.
Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4, and hold short runway 17, showing you.
Alright, 210, let's take out the drag and see if it can maintain that speed, which under 1,000 feet per minute on the descent, I feel like it should. And then we want 10,000 at Savage, and then 8,000 by Dolly.
Delta 914, 9 miles from Krug, cross Krug at 7,000, at Krug cleared ILS runway 12 right approach.
Alrighty, cross Krug at, he said, Krug at 50,000, at Krug, and then he said ILS runway 2 right approach, Delta 914.
Cross Krug at 7,000.
7,000, sorry, I thought I heard 9,000, Delta 914.
And I got the field in sight, which is really cool. So now we want to go down to 10,000, so let's get a nice gradual descent going there. And 1,000 feet per minute should do it. Let's see what 900 gives us. is actually perfect. All right.
Center for flight 213, 1,600, be climbing 5,000 runway heading. Pro flight 213, radar contact, flying runway heading, climbing maintain 5,000. Runway heading and up to 5,000, Delta 121 heavy, wind 1507, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear land runway 212 right, Delta 121 heavy.
Sun Country 502, descend and maintain 4,000, user discretion.
Descend to maintain 4,000, speed our discretion, Sun Country 502. Okay. So descend and maintain 4,000. So let's go ahead and get that in there. We're at 10,000 feet, so the landing lights are coming on. Okay. Like so. And to keep the 210, which is where I want to stay for now, we're just going to deploy the speed brakes for some drag.
Pro flight 213, turn right heading 270, proceed direct, Greek when able. 270 direct Greek, 213.
The good thing is we were below 250, well below 10,000, so that's good.
United 1970, climb and maintain flight level 350.
And there's the Flying Cloud Airport right there. I used to work there as a line tech, 6 years. Then I became a flight instructor somewhere else, made a pretty big move, and things are moving on. But I liked Flying Cloud. It was a really, really good airport to be at, and the business is increasing, and it's doing really well with business. So, and you see all sorts of cool things there, all different jets and GA planes and stuff. I won't lie, I miss being there sometimes, but I'm also enjoying getting paid to fly. So, bittersweet. Bittersweet indeed.
Walker 2083, wind 1507, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Alright, clear for takeoff, 140 on the heading, and yeah, still going crazy.
I imagine, if I could speak, we're being sequenced behind this guy over here. He seems like he's inbound. Yes, he is. Oh, and it's a 757. That's kind of cool. The Flying Pencil.
Pro flight 213, 6 miles from Greek, cross Greek at 5,000, at Greek, cleared RNAV Yankee, runway 12 right. Alright, Greek at 5,000, at Greek, cleared for the RNAV Yankee, 12 the bridge, 213, Delta 914, wind 1507, runway 12 right, cleared to land.
12 right, clear to land up 914.
Delta 121 heavy, where are you parked?
probably
Delta 121 Heavy.
a good idea to do a heading sync
Golf 8.
because we will be getting vectors very shortly.
Thanks to be a Bravo. Have a great night. Thanks for the ATC. Delta 121 Heavy.
And Walker 23 airborne, we're climbing 3.2 for 7,000.
And speed breakers
we're heading at 1.0.
speed brakes can get stowed away
2083.
because now we're level.
Contact. Proceed direct Waterloo. Climb to maintain flight level 410.
Direct Waterloo and 410 for 23.
Left country 502. Turn right heading 030. Vector final.
Right 030, Sun Country 502. Alright, right turn 030. And speed is our discretion, so I am going to slow down to 180 here, and I will maintain 180 until about 5 mile final. A little bit before, because we're going to be fully configured by the 5 mile final, but okay, so flaps are going to 1, and then we'll go flaps 5 on our next vector, which will be the 30-degree intercept.
Sun Country 502, 5 miles from safety, turn right heading 090. Maintain 4,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS, runway 12 right approach, speed 170 or greater until 5 mile final.
Alright, right turn 090, maintain 4,000 until established, cleared ILS 12 right, and we are 170 knots or greater until 5 mile final, Sun Country 502. Alright. So that was a lot of instruction right there, but knowing what to expect, we're good to go. We're going to maintain 180 knots. We're heading 090. We're going to intercept the localizer, and we're staying at 4,000 until we intercept that localizer, which is going to be very soon. So what I'm going to do is arm the approach mode, and now that approach mode is armed, we're going to turn on Command B, so we get a dual channel ILS. Now we should maintain a visual, but it is smoky, so it's always not a bad idea to have the ILS as a backup. The localizer is coming in, so we're expecting a turn here in just a second. There it is. And we'll do flaps 5.
Walker 1341, radar contact, climb to maintain flight level 450. There is area precipitation 12 o'clock about.
That was a terrible localizer intercept by the aircraft autopilot, so okay.
150 miles at your 12 o'clock. If I'd like to deviate around that, if you do that.
But it seems to be getting on track here, so that's good.
Pro flight 213, reduce speed to 180. Speed 180, keep it.
Alright, glide slopes coming in, gears coming down. And now that we actually have time to check and we're still on autopilot, 3 greens down here and 3 greens up top. So let's do auto brakes 3, and we'll arm the speed brake. And we are tracking the ILS very nicely. We'll slow down to 170, and then we'll go flaps 15. And then we will stay there until we're on a 5 mile final. And we are looking really, really good.
502, 150 and 7, 12 right,
12 right, cleared to land, Sun Country 502. Alright, and we'll turn this to runway heading.
We have a 7, Walker 26. Can we step away for about 5 minutes?
Walker 2083.
Alright, we'll report back, 23.
Center Delta 914, we're going to Foxtrot 10.
Delta 914. Taxi via Alpha. And yeah, Alpha.
Alright, that's a 5-mile final, so let's go down to 150 knots. Flaps 25. And then once we're fully configured, I will take this by hand.
From flight 213.
And we'll come into land.
7, right, close to land.
Okay.
I got the traffic sight. 12 right, close to land.
And flaps 30. Alright, auto throttle's coming off. Need a little more throttle to keep that 150. And we're fully configured. So we're taken by hand. Let's go. This thing's really wanting to go right on me for some reason, so...
Delta 714 Minneapolis Center.
It's trying to bank and yaw to the right, which is so weird. It was doing that after a landing at Dallas.
Delta 714 Minneapolis Center. I read you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
500.
Airspeed is looking really good. We're on glide slope.
Approaching minimums.
Okay.
Minimums.
Continue.
$100.
Oops,
50,
stuttering.
40, 30, 20, 10.
A little floaty, but we'll just hold it. Oh, what a greaser. Alright, center line. 2 in reverse. And ease that nose down. There we go. $60 knots, reversers out. And we'll keep the engine power to about 40% because we're going to want to exit.
502. Exits to the right at Whiskey 3. Traffic's an Airbus on 3-mile final. And then taxi via
Alright, right on Whiskey 3 and then Whiskey Delta to Terminal 2 for Sun Country 502. Have a great night. And we'll expedite our exit so we are not in that traffic
We have
sway.
a 723 back.
Walker 2083, roger.
There we go. There's the APU starting. I was wondering if it was about to go. Alright.
Country 1527 Minneapolis Center. Cleared to the Minneapolis International Airport as filed.
Landing lights are coming off. Strobes are coming off.
Level 35010 minutes after departure.
And what are we looking at
Departure
here?
frequency 133.4. Block 42.
Doors.
Hold for release and hold your rig back.
Is it talking about the APU door? Let's go up top here real quick and check. Left forward over wing, right forward over wing. What? Well, it's not talking about the emergency exits, so I'm just gonna take a guess and say that that's for the APU. Oh, The auto brake
Flight
can
213,
come off, flaps can be
what are
retracted.
your intentions after this?
Flight 213, clear the active. We'll give way to the 73 headlight protected front.
Okay, you better give way to me, brother.
Flight 213. Roger. Sorry I didn't ask you if you wanted to do another approach.
I figured you had enough of me because you're just like clear to land. I'm like, it's fine. It kind of works out. I'm running out of gas here.
Okay, so we'll come up top. Yeah, damper is off.
That's the signature. Always a pleasure, Bill. Thanks for
And
everything,
let's go
brother.
to
And, we'll see you around. See you, man.
APU
That was best landing
generator.
Yet. The rest were flunkers.
Well then.
Yeah, still really trying to pull to the right, which is really strange, but we're compensating for it. So we're making the left turn on Delta here, getting rid of the master caution because nothing's really all that important. If there's really some
1527.
there's really some doors open, we'll write it up at the gate and let the mechanics deal with it because we're on the ground and it didn't pop up until we were on the ground, so nothing terrible as far as safety of flight. Alright, the flaps are all retracted, that's good. Auto brake is off. Speed brakes are stowed. That light disappeared, that's good. Give it a little more
Country
power.
1527, repack correct. How soon are you ready to depart? Sun Country 1527. Nope, just if, you know, we'll tell you hold for release if you're not, like, right at the runway, typically, or I'd give you 15 minutes probably, but if it's going to be 20, I'll just say call me at the end of the runway. So Sun Country 1527, hold for release, contact Minneapolis Center #1, shorter departure runway frequency change.
Where are they coming from? Grand Forks. Interesting. Interesting call. Alright. And we're going to gate Hotel 4 for the arrival here. And it's hard to tell which one is 4. I believe it's this one. I hope it's this one. This one might be 5. It is 5. Oh well, that's okay. We'll go to Hotel 5. Since we don't have GSX, we don't have the marshalling crew, and we can't really tell for ourselves. But I've been very much considering getting GSX, so that might be something down the road. Turn off the taxi lights so we don't blind the ground crew. And then we're going to go to the external view so we can park ourselves.
May have a sound
like pros.
Walker 23. We're going to abort this flight tonight. We're a little tired, so we're going to call it a night. Thanks for your service, Bill. We'll talk to you later.
Walker 2083, right?
Alright, talk to you later. Have fun with that guy.
What? It's a very unnecessary comment, but you know, it's one thing to like joke about people that kind of like don't know what they're doing or whatever, but to say mean stuff on frequency, that's a little far. Okay, so we're on the 737 line, and we are quite centered. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and set the parking brake. Let's get that overhead light on so we can actually see what we're doing. We are going to cut off the fuel. and below 20% N1, we're going to turn off the beacon. Wing inspections can come off as well. And then fasten seatbelt signs are being turned off. Oops, not the view that I wanted. And we are going to request the jetway. So we'll set ourselves some chocks.
714.
We'll get the jetway going here.
Loud and clear. How many?
Okay, we'll try that again. Really? Try it one more time. Oh, brother. The jetway doesn't want to connect. Well, for the purpose of this, we're just going to pretend that it did connect. Everyone, we'll pull out the slide for you. Alright, cool. So let's get ourselves back to that turnaround state, and we will call it a night from there. Alright, so the yaw damper's off, everything's good there. Fuel pumps, except for left forward, are on, or are off, excuse me. The APU generator is indicating 49 amps, that's good. We are on the APU generator. Seatbelt signs are off. Window heats can come off because this is the last flight of the night. Hydraulic pumps are coming off, and APU bleeds coming on. Packs are still on auto. ISOL valve is coming open. Cool. Alright. We are in a turnaround state. Well, there you have it. A jet bridge that won't connect. Very unfortunate. So, yeah. That's weird because we're on the line. We're right where we need to be, but this gate doesn't want to work. Excuse me. Should have definitely parked at 4. Probably would have worked for us. So, yeah. Okay. But there you have it. A Sun Country flight from Minneapolis to Dallas-Fort Worth and back. It is a sunny August. Please excuse me. Excuse me. I will disconnect from VATSIM. Alright. So, anyway, as I was saying, Sun Country, Dallas-Fort Worth and back, and it is a sunny August, so we will be relatively heavy on the Sun Country flights for the entire month. Now that's not going to be everything. I still want to do some GA Madness streams so people can hop in GA planes and fly along if they wind up joining us. And then I do want to fly the MAX somewhere in there, here and there, so we're going to make sure that we're able to do that. But yeah, Sun Country heavy. We're going to pick Sun Country routes from, you know, to and from, and see how fun those are and stuff. So yeah, that is it for tonight. It is extremely late, but we managed to rip the 2 tripper, and both landings were overall fine. The landing in Dallas-Fort Worth was a little bit on the tough side. It was a straight crosswind. It was only 10 knots, but it was a direct crosswind, 90 degrees. So it made it a little bit challenging, and it was kind of weird. I kind of overflared a little bit by accident and wound up like floating down the runway, and then we had to correct or whatever. And then this plane did the weird yawing thing on the taxi throughout Dallas, and then again when we hit the ground in Minneapolis. So that's unfortunate, but we managed to, you know, get by it, and the landing here at Minneapolis was super beautiful. Also kind of floaty, but not nearly as bad as Dallas. So it was a success. We stopped well by the end of the runway, so that's kind of the important part. But yeah, there you go. Not sure when the next stream's going to be, but it's probably going to be another Sun Country route, and we'll go from there. And thank you to anyone who joined in while I was streaming, and thank you to anyone who watches this after the stream is finished. I hope you all take care of yourselves. You have a good day, night, whatever it is, wherever you are. And yeah, take care. We'll